all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? Welcome back. It's Trade the Pool, and we're here for another week ready to make some money. I'm excited to see what's going on in the market. We'll be taking a look to see what's going to get into today, guys. I'm excited. I have some positions on right now. We'll talk all about it. I went long on the TQQQ right at the after hours, right when the futures opened up, right when we get access on the 24/5 market, right? So that's when I went long. It's been doing pretty well overnight, of course, as we get the shakeup with the politics. We'll talk all about it in the Sunrise Report. And we'll cover other positions that I have. I have an Airbnb position, pretty big position. We'll see if that can continue to work. Can this continue to fly high on Friday? Nice breakout. That's when I grabbed it right here around the low. We'll look to see if it can continue pushing, got towards 147 and more. We'll talk about more trade ideas where, of course, our playbook action. We got a great stream for you guys, and don't miss our earnings streams this week. We got some great ones, of course. Nike after the bell on Tuesday. There's AVAV, some drone action, and drones are actually on the watch. Let's talk about some plays in the playbook. Let's go right to it, and then we'll get to some trade ideas. And I got a bonus one about the drones that are coming up right now. So let's talk about it. Let's get it. All right, first trade idea goes with this TQQQ as the tech recovery accelerator. Well, you guys know, of course, the NASDAQ has been working to shake off, of course, the mid-month June swoon. And the reclaim is the key moving average. Look for the 3 times leverage to be maybe the aggressive vehicle to play for a little bit of some day trading action, right? Look to capture that tech sector V-shaped resurgence. That's what I'm going to be looking for, and looking for the quick bounce, right? We can take a look at the TQQQ, but I'll just go to the Qs to kind of describe this, right? Let's go to the daily chart and kind of show you exactly what we're seeing, right? Well, if you can clearly see on the daily chart, what are you seeing at the bottom? Well, you're seeing a clear support, right, that has been kind of holding in here at the bottom, right around this kind of 700 to 705 range. Now we're starting to work our way back, and if you draw a trend line from that top action, I think we're going to stay within this range, right? So I'm not saying that we're going to 760s just yet, but I do think that we're going to be starting to fight ourselves back into this box right here. And if we're fighting ourselves back into this box, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to try to capture some of that momentum in tech today. So I think this could drive up into that area, 730s, 740s. That would mean a great trade here for my TQQ position already in at 72.56. But doesn't mean that you can't be getting after it right now. Looking for red to green action to hold out the gates here. So we'll move back into this range right around the gates, and then we'll move right back above the 75s. You know, they're not going to make it easy for me. So I think a pullback into that kind of resistance area that we broke out of and then held on this pullback could be the area that you can see the stocks kind of bounce off of and then get after this type of approach. We'll see what happens here on this. Can we get the bounce back towards 75 today on the TQQQ? We'll talk more about this, of course, with our Sunrise Report and the politics action that are going on. But I got another trade idea for you in tech to look at if you don't want to go on the index. Well, why not looking at a Micron, right? We just had earnings. This has been bottoming out. Well, we got to look for the undercut and rally type of trade. Undercut into this area and then come back. How far can it go? Well, honestly, I don't think that's the concern. You don't worry about the knife action. You worry about the recovery action. Right, so that's what I'd be watching here on the hourly. You can see what the hourly's actually been kind of holding in, right? We're going to draw the trend line here, and the trend line's holding in on this side, right? So now we need to see an undercut going into what area? A prior resistance. The same thing that we're going to use on the Qs, we're going to use here on the Micron trade, right? So this is, of course, a post blowout digestion. When you get such a crazy ramp on the EPS, a lot of times it's a sell the rip and then buy the dip mentality. And I think that you're going to run into some dip buyers today. We'll be looking for red to green action into that box and then making the move right out of it, right? So that same type of action that we'll be expecting from kind of the TQQQs, we'll look for this Micron to do the same thing, right? Once you get above, let's say the 1200s, any pullback into that trend line should start to hold. So that's kind of like your way of knowing, hey, things are working or they're not, right? So we'll see what happens there on Micron. Can we get that push right back above the 1200? Look for it, guys. All right, let's go to the last one here, a long that I have right now, Airbnb. Taking the look at the action, looking for longer. This one's more of a swing trade idea for you guys that are using those swing trade accounts. And if you're not using our swing trade accounts, then what are you waiting for, guys? Because it's definitely something that we'll be looking towards, trying to talk more about it. Because, of course, we got our swing trade Wednesdays. If you don't miss that, we do some education on Wednesdays for swing trading. Don't miss that, guys. Now looking for this to break out above the 150, right? The daily chart is there for it. And if we actually zoom back, right, and we're going to go towards like a deeper time frame chart, right? Let's go to the auto and then kind of really zoom it back. Let's go to the weekly chart. That's where you're going to really kind of see this action, right? So what I'm looking at is really the longer term chart on Airbnb approaching a potential breakout. Dare I say it? Well, take a look at the action here, right? I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can clear this up. But you can see this longer term trend line break, and it's kind of been holding in here. Now I'm looking for that continuation. Can we get a real breakout in Airbnb going right back up? This is the type of IPOs that I'd actually think about taking a dip by. Because if you think about it, right, this is an IPO that did undercut its IPO, then went above it, tried to break out multiple times, but has been digesting here for investors to go ahead and load in. Now at this point, investors are going to be between this kind of lower area, the big, deep buyers, right? They're loaded in. Now they're looking for the move. Can we get the move back up towards the 170s and 200? Swing trade alert, Airbnb. Who knows? Who's using some Airbnbs right now in summer? Let me know in the chat. I know there's bound to be somebody that used some Airbnbs. It's good to see you out there, Big to me. It's good to see you, Joe. What's going on out there? Nigel, good morning to you guys. All you traders out there. It's good to see all you guys out there. And of course, start trading today. Check out Trade the Pool and check out all the offers we always got for you guys. You don't want to miss it. Excited to get to the action today, guys. It's going to be another fun action-filled day, guys. All right, let's go ahead. Let's keep taking a look at some trade ideas. I'll give you guys a bonus one here just because you guys all that are showing up here early will be able to see this one. AVAV is going to be reporting this week, right? I'm looking for some action potentially in like a UMAC, right? A potential stock that now is out of favor. And because the war kind of dips down, but this was one of the mentions that was potentially going to be bought, right? Well, we'll see what happens. It has come back to a prior resistance, creating some support area. Can this stock get the bounce? The next one to look at would be RCAT. They're both around that kind of support area, and that's what tells me more and more I need to pay attention to this to see if we get a quick little whipsaw rebound type of trade here. We'll see what happens there in the drone space. Can the drones take off? Haha, pun intended. Let's keep taking a look there. Welcome for the final stretch of June. The market is aggressively attempting to transition out of the seasonal June swoon, and that's what I want to be focusing on because July is historically a really great month, right? So let's see what happens here. Will tech and semiconductors experience a fierce two-way volatility like last week? Of course, the underlying AI infrastructure narrative remains the undeniably strong, but it is the CapEx concern, right, that keeps kind of shaking up things. We had that volatility last week, that rotation that was going in. It was, of course, a simultaneously cyclical broadening out, though, continuing to reward what? Areas like the travel trade, the housing trade, and the industrial trades continuing to benefit. Let's see if these names can benefit today. We'll be seeing what happens also in oil and different action, but you guys know where to keep up with that right here, of course, on Trade the Pool. Let's continue going over. Let's go to now the sunrise report and take a look at what's really going on underneath the hood. What's moving stocks and what stocks are moving and why? Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right, guys, after the worst week for tech since the spring, the NASDAQ shed 4.6%. Even as Micron posted blowout earnings, the AI complex is trying to find its feet into, of course, the quarter's end. Futures are higher right now with the chips that are being led after the rout, of course, with the bounce. But this is all, of course, with fresh Middle East risk. The U.S. struck Iranian military targets in retaliation for attacks on Hormuz shipping, only for both sides to agree on Sunday to stand down and keep the strait open. Oil bounced off its pre-war lows on the scare. This is a holiday shortened, of course, quarter ending week with, of course, thin liquidity, a fragile truce, and the June's jobs report bunched in on Thursday ahead of Friday's market closure. A setup prime for outsized swing on light volume. The question into the open: is last week tech's washout a buyable reset, or is the rotation out of the crowded AI names just getting started? You guys let us know in the chat how you guys feel about that question. Is it time to just jump in this reset, or are we seeing a true rotation out of the AI names? Love to hear what you guys have to say in the chat. Of course, the overnight drivers, the truce wobbling in the fragile U.S.-Iran peace situation, got its first real stress test over the weekend. It seemed like, of course, you guys were seeing the shaking on Friday, and then all of a sudden by Sunday, things already getting better, right? Well, we'll have to see what happens if this can continue and the pause actually hold. The rotation out of the AI story, though, is the real story underneath the headlines. Last week confirmed the genuine shift. Money was leaving the crowded mega cap tech and flowing into value, financials, industrials, and small caps. The cyclical here action just tells us that we got to be on aware, right? Will we see a continued flow into those areas? Apple and Microsoft raised hardware prices to offset soaring memory costs. And there is reports surfaced that OpenAI may delay its IPO into 2027. I think this is actually viable. You might actually see that being pushed back. And the market, of course, grew preoccupied with the spiraling cost of AI builds. Well, I think Micron, of course, proved that demand is real, and the macro backdrop reinforces the move. So May's PCE that we just got landing in line at 3.4 and core rate hot enough to keep the Fed on its hawkish path, with the market roughly pricing in right now a 65% odds of a September actual hike. Well, of course, seeing this with collapsing oil and easing yields quietly favors the rate sensitive names, actually, and domestic focus corners that, of course, have lagged all year long. So I'm going to continue looking for certain areas that have lagged to start continuing that pickup, like healthcare, the industrial trade, that type of action, right? But I think we need to kind of continue to watch. Will we start to see a deeper derating of the AI trade? That's the biggest question for the second half of 2026, which I think all investors should be thinking about just about right now. We're about to hit it, guys. So we need to be paying attention and thinking, what are we going to do in the second half of 2026? We'll talk all about it on the stream today. All right, let's continue going. Let's go to some pre-market movers. Let's go to ARM here and take a look at the action here with ARM. ARM is up 3.5%. It is getting a little bounce. It's right around the nice trend line support area. You could be looking at a nice push back above that 345. It's leading the chip rebound after dropping 4% on Friday on OpenAI IPO delay news. As dip buyers step back into the names that led last week's rout, the cleanest gauge of the whether the tech washout trade has found the floor into the quarter's end. Let's take a look here at some other chip rivals and some chip makers that are making moves, right? You got Marvell this morning starting to climb back up there. You got Micron starting to get a little bit of a push there. And of course, you can always take a look at Intel. We'll look to see if these names start to hold in. Can these names actually put some footing? We'll be looking at it. All right, and of course, everyone will start continuing to talk about SpaceX. Will it be able to hold its IPO low? Of course, it came in and held it for a couple of days now. Will we see the rebound? Or will we see some further takedown action right back down there towards the 130? We'll see what happens there in SpaceX. It's rising, of course, after the NASDAQ confirmed that Elon Musk's company will be fast-tracked to the NASDAQ 100. A mechanic, of course, the inclusion catalyst that forces index funds to buy. A rare clean tailwind for the stock that round trips most of its IPO surge. We'll see if it starts to actually get that next push back or another takedown. We'll find out this week. Oil insensitive names are, of course, bidding up there. Let's take a look there at the XLE. Take a look at that action, see how it's starting to move there. And just for right now, I mean, kind of hanging in there. We got a little bounce there. But like I've mentioned, I think every oil trade right now is a bounce to short. We'll see what happens on names like XOM, Chevron. Can they get the true bounce? I think the oil names are really telling us something. They haven't really got the bounce, right? And oil continues to break down every time there's a truce. It continues to go further. I think at this point, you might get some type of rebound just because oil prices actually get too low. Yes, we'll continue to watch that action, but it's crazy that we're talking about that, right? In focus this week, it's the June's jobs report, pulled forward, of course, into a holiday week. It comes on Thursday. We're used to seeing this on Friday, right? This week, of course, defining macro event lands on Thursday rather than Friday. It's bumped forward from by, of course, July 3rd's market closure. And I hope all you guys are ready to enjoy July 4th, of course. It arrives on the first read of the labor market since Warsh's Fed flipped its dot plot, of course, towards a hike, with markets pricing roughly 65% odds of a September rate increase. The June payroll print will be massively important to see what happens. Unemployment rate and average hourly earnings will also validate the hawkish turn, or maybe start to actually undercut it. The twist of this cycle, the market has grown so preoccupied with inflation that the AI strategists that think non-extreme job numbers may land with less force than usual. And I think that's the truth. The jobs numbers, I think, are slowly but surely under a Warsh-led kind of Fed. They're not going to be as important because AI here is going to come in and play for productivity. He's going to be bringing out some new inflation numbers and things that we'll be focusing on. That's what I think is going to be, or some maybe adjustments to the ones that are already being taken. We'll see what happens there, and we'll get more and more from Kevin Warsh as he continues his takeover in the Fed. All right, we'll take a look around out there, guys. Today's calendar, of course, it's light right now. AVAV after the bell. That's going to be the watch, right? A defense drone read this week. And Nike will be another big watch to look at. But we'll also be taking a look at some economic data. We just talked about some of those. On the corporate wire, Google, Alphabet officially joining the Dow Jones Industrials at today's open, replacing Verizon and deepening the mega cap tech weight as a blue chip average. So that's a play within itself, guys, just going after Google. And Google has been getting hit hard, right? We'll take a look at the action right now this morning. It's holding in this morning. We'll take a look to see if this can get to move back above right here, this 340 kind of trend line. Back above that 340, look, we can start to look at for the potential long there on Google. I will have the alert. We could take a look at that action. That's not a bad little trade setup going into the open. A little added bonus. So you guys in the chat, hit that like button, hit the subscribe. You guys know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool. We're going to have a great action day here, guys. Like always, hit that subscribe. You guys see it shine up there, and let us know. And let others know about it. How do you do that? Just hit the share button right next to there, right? Go ahead and put us on X, put us on Facebook, put us out wherever you have your social media so that others can come and join the trading action with us. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. How are we doing out there, Nigel? What's going on? What's the trade of the day for you, Nigel? Anything you got on the radar? Big to me. What do you got on the radar? What's the stock to watch? And of course, anybody out there, if you guys have a stock, you guys can throw it up in the chat. We'll keep it going here. It's 8:54. We'll get to the market open in just a little bit here, taking a look at the action out there and looking to go ahead and continue trading, guys. Trying to make some money today. Been up like 4 or 5 on Airbnb, up over 100 on the TQQQ. Let's go back to that TQQQ, see how it's hanging in. Is it going to let the traders in at the bell, or is it just going to do a takeoff trade? I'll tell you one thing. I won't be selling it here unless it goes back to break even. I'm looking for a continued move here. Of course, you guys know how I feel about the Qs overall and the SPY. And I think you might see some adjustments today, right? So something that was like, let's say really strong could take a pullback, like let's say like health, right? But I think you're just going to see what? Kind of the Pistons effect if you have it, right? Look at how health was going into last week, right? Well, health did the takeoff. Don't say that Michael Noss and I didn't warn you guys about the healthcare takeoff, and a lot of the traders in the chat getting that trade right too. So that's what it's all about, right? We're all here to help each other. We can't guide you on the trade. I can't tell you buy right here, but what I can tell you is, hey, the healthcare trade, yeah, it got really hot last week, right? And we're going to always try to get you in front of these trends, right? So now that we're getting that action, I think you could see a pullback in this area, right? A pullback in the strength, and now start to look for potentially maybe some tech to kind of piston action back to the upside, right? So as one piston comes up, the other piston comes down, right? That's the action that I'm expecting. Just like in tech, we've been getting a lot of this tug of war action, where one side pulls on the trade and all of a sudden you see software rise, and then the other side pulls on the trade and it's hardware that's rising, right? Well, we'll look to see that all tech gets a little bit of a drive today. That's what I'm going to be watching for. That shows me more and more of what we were talking about, that piston effect more than the tug of war inside of tech, showing me more that the sector-wide effects are playing in on the market more than even industry specific. So that tells us more that the rotation that's really cycling right now that's going on. So that's gonna be on my watch right now. That's what I'm looking for, the continued cycling. And I talked about it even as we got into Monday of last week. Would we stay in a sideways period for a little while now? And consolidation always at the top is never a bad thing. So not in the bear shoes just yet, but looking to see more that chop, but the chop could come with a little lift today in tech. All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys. Let's continue talking about the action. We'll take a look at some more trades out in the market and take a look to see what else we can find. I'm going to be looking around right now. I did see that there were some headlines out there. I think we could look to see if maybe some financials can get a lift this week. Can we finally get a SoFi to push through, right? Here's another trade idea here, guys. We've been looking and talking about this trade. I drew it out here, and you guys see the trend line approach. It's starting to come back, especially on Friday. We really started to push back towards the 18, 19s. So really need to get towards the 19s to get actually like, the signal, like, hey, this is on the real breakout. But if you're like me, you're a degenerate, you like to jump the action a little bit, well, this is one I'd put on the radar. We'll see what happens there on SoFi. And of course, SoFi, for all those degenerates out there, there is leverage. There is SoFi X. So the level to watch on SoFi X for me would be like break 12 and get me really clear of the SoFi X spot. And that could be even the 11s if you wanted to jump. But for me, I'd be breaking more towards the 12s and then looking for that to kind of give you that takeoff. It's the same trend line, right? It's the same type of play, right? You're looking for that clear takeoffs through the trend line approach, and then you need to see it get that volume approach. I think right here, you started to see the volume take off, and that takeoff of volume is buyers stepping in, right? So you can see it here on the step up of the volume, right? So right there, that step up of volume to me seems like buyers, right? I can't be 100% sure, but this is how I use my charting abilities to tell myself, hey, if that's buyers here, we want to see it get above those levels where they were buying, loading in up in here in this 10 to 11 range, clearing that to where they start to get that clear breakout signal, and then we'll look for them to do what? Instead of profit take, add to the position, causing the breakout to really gas pedal. And we join in on that side of the trade. That's not too bad. We'll see what happens there on SoFi. All right, let's keep going, guys. There'll be more trading action to talk about. Let's keep taking a look around in the market and take a look to see what trades are being mentioned in the chat. I'm sure there's some trades already being mentioned. Let's take a look here. UPC, insane move. Let's go take a look there at UPC. Wild, wicked stock here, a penny stock here. It's moving wild. It's up there. It got up there to 14. Got up there this morning. Nice trend line break here. Let's talk a little bit about this. So you got this nice trend line break above the 10, right? And you guys know how I love my rule of 3. Let's go to the 1 minute, see how clear this break was, right? So you guys can see here, you kind of drove up, pulled back, drove up, pulled back. And when you get that next drive, that's when you really got to be paying attention to it. And the third drive, really clear break. Now you could still get the pullback to 1050s and then a continuation. So watch out with this wicked action, but clear breakout through there, man. I mean, this morning around the 848 area from 830s up there to 14, and now crashing back down. We'll see if it's able to hold on here. Something tells me we'll approach back towards 10, towards the open. We'll see what happens there. 12's starting to lose altitude. We'll see it. That's UPC. Don't know why this one's moving, but hey, I see you guys chat. AMAT. Nigel's talking about AMAT. We'll talk a little bit about AMAT, and then we'll kick off towards Michael Noss. Let's take a look here. It's 647.50s. Let's take a look at where the action's been. This one's just been on complete liftoff mode, right? Can the space continue? Well, this isn't the right area, I think. And if you're looking for the tech trade like I am to get the lift today, especially on the day trade action, maybe not so much for the overall breakout, but just for the time being, this could be a push right back to the upside. So you're looking at hourly levels. You're looking for this to kind of hold in any pullback and then continuation. Let's say back above 650s would be a good look on AMAT. And just to mention, you could always look at different ones in this space to look for the action to continue. ASML, right? KLAC, right? You can always look into the industry overall to see if they're able to hang on. A favorite of mine in this industry is like a TER, right? So there's plenty here to look at. All right, guys, let's keep the party going. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Noss. We're ready for another week. What's going on, buddy? How we doing?
What's happening? And happy, Canada Day and your guys' U.S. holiday this week. So fun week.
No, you gotta celebrate. Go Canada! Canada,
oh yeah, we did
making
something
it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Quarterfinals.
That's shocking.
Canada.
That's
and
shocking.
there was fans. There was fans in the stadium. Like there's people that watch soccer and are from Canada, man.
I know. There's probably all 5 of them were there.
All 5 of us.
But no, that's great. That's I don't know if that's how awesome we are, or the rest of the world's got to worry a bit. Like
I gotta send you a Canada jersey or something, man. Or
yeah,
so you touch your Canadian soccer roots a little bit, you know.
Yeah, we don't.
You're gonna wear the jersey, and then someone's gonna come up to you and be like, "Well, where the hell you get that jersey from, dude?"
Yeah, what do you got? What do you got a jersey? Where's your hockey? Right, get out of there. We don't have grass half the year. We don't have any grass, so what are you doing?
Hey, you play it on artificial turf, right?
There you go.
That's the only way. And you'd be surprised. There is some soccer and like some snow. I don't know how they do it, but they use bigger spikes and stuff, but not for me, at least not for the faint of heart. All right, well, I'll tell you what's not for the faint of heart, of course, the shakeup in the futures market, of course, over the weekend, and then right back to the action this morning. What are you seeing in the market, Michael?
Well, it's funny. There's some things that are actually getting me worried. I don't know if worried is going to be the case, but maybe confirmation that we're probably not going as high as many people might think we are. So I know.
I know. It's 2 hands on the head. Mitch coming in feeling good. Michael's saying we got to be on maybe a little bit of a caution flag. Let's find out.
Yeah, well, the first one's this one, right? So this is like I talk about, around my everyone's always wrong segment. Just makes me take a look at, I loved the market down here when everyone hated the market, right? 7% were bears, only 30% were bulls. That to me was awesome. But the most recent one, that actually came out on the 24th. So this one is a little bit old, right? We could get another one soon, and I hope we do. I don't think this one updates on Mondays. So hopefully this kind of switches back, and that will change my opinion a little bit on that. But there are a lot of bullish people out there. I don't like the bullish people, right? I like the bearish ones in bull markets. Again, my contrary nature, I guess, likes it when these other things are happening. But I don't like that. And then the other thing is, if you look here on the commitment of traders data, they covered. I was talking about the whole time, right? I remember it's like the same story as 2025, right? In 2025, the whole way up, and I was getting pushback, and I was saying, listen, everybody is short, and the market's making new highs, and that's all I need to see, right? If we're making new highs, and then the market is right, everything's down or everything's up and everyone's short, I love it. That's like my favorite thing in the world. You got to have both those, right? Everyone can be short and the market's going down, who cares, and vice versa. But I love it when the market is ripping and everyone's short. And we saw that all last year. And when they started to cover was right here. It didn't mean like an immediate top run for the fences, but that's when the market started to get a little bit worrisome. And then, of course, as we drop, they got really, really short again. And now this is the first time that they've covered. So a net kind of zero, a net even position. And this is the first time I'm seeing this essentially since kind of that April drop, a net even position in the commitment of traders. So the whole time, right, they're shorting the whole way up, and then the market takes a little bit of a downtick and they cover most of their short position. So that is, again, against these are the guys who are wrong, this red line right here, and they're no longer heavily betting against the market. They're still betting against the market, just not super heavily. And then they bought the NASDAQ, right? So they got long, barely long the NASDAQ there. So I'm like, okay, everybody who I bet against and have been betting against all year and made a ton of money doing so is now flipping. Everybody's getting bullish, and they're all getting bullish at the same time. So I'm going to very much watch to see whenever this next report comes out to see if this kind of flips back. But there's just so much out there. They've covered so much of their short position. And these guys, again, they're the big money. These are hedge funds and large institutions that make up the red line, and we make up the blue line. Us plebs out here, we're this blue line part, and we've always been long. So good for us, right? We bought the dip just like we should have, whereas these guys shorted the dip. So everybody out there is just flipping bullish all at the same time. That's get me super worried, and I want to potentially see some bullish. If I do see some bullish magazine covers out there, I'll really start to get a little bit nervous. But that, again, these are long-term type of things. So for today, it's looking good, right? We're down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I think what's getting me is that these guys are usually so wrong that if the market is selling off, they're getting bullish, and if the market's ripping, they're getting bearish. And that's not. Or it's not what's happening. They're actually getting bullish as the market's kind of holding on and digging in here. And I wanted them to be more spooked as we got in this level. I guess that's what would have really got me interested. Now, short term, just looking at the technicals, yesterday's candle, I think, was insanely constructive. We had a nice, bottoming tail, a nice little push up, right? Tax talking about the rebalance already, and you can see all of that action that took place. That's what caused a lot of this craziness at the end of the day, is that, there was this whole rebalance and some witching going on and all this kind of nonsense where they let companies in and they push companies out. And so there's a lot of craziness and noise that took place here that were just outside of just straight supply and demand, bullish and bearish activity. So as long as we hold that low, I guess in the short term, I have to remain bullish, but I just don't know. What I'm seeing is just less conducive to me thinking that we're going to have a move like this where we bottom out and we just rip to all-time highs. I'm more in the camp of this election seasonality that is, I've been talking about all year and it's been kind of dead wrong. But if you take a look at, let me bring it up here. If you take a look at the seasonality for midterms, then you get this general kind of choppiness till we get here, or till we get the election results done. And this just happens pretty consistently, pretty much every year, in which it's like, okay, where are we? Just try to find this here. But yeah, we end up getting this really, really choppy action until there's a good one. That's a good one here. Until we get a resolution of whatever it is. It doesn't necessarily matter who wins, right? This isn't a partisan thing. This is just kind of how this happened. So I'll bring this up here so you guys can see. So again, I'm not saying that, hey, these guys are bullish, so the market's going to tank. In fact, it's way less of an indicator when they're bullish. It's way more of an indicator when they're bearish, when the market's ripping. But this is the orange line here is what happens most year. This is the seasonality of like every year that happens. All the non-midterm years, right? Generally grind up somewhere in the middle of the year. You get some sideways consolidation. Then you get the grind up near the end of the year when it comes to window dressing and Santa Claus rallies and that kind of stuff. During the midterm election year, you generally get an early pop, which if we take a look at, right? This is January, right here. So we got an early little bit of a pop. You have something that spooks the market a little bit later in the year. We got that. Then you have your rally, and then just this until midterms. And as soon as midterms done, I think he hasn't labeled this chart. I think this is sitting around September-ish, September, October, after the summer lull. Then you get that kind of move here after that fact as well. So all of this kind of stacking together and stacking up, it doesn't make me think that, that it's the end of days and we should all run and all of this stuff. It's just saying that more people see the market as bullish than they had, funny enough, through all of this rip. And I liked it when those people saw it bearish. Now, you can't look at something like an all-time high in the IWM, an all-time weekly closing, an all-time daily closing, highs. If you put this to a line chart, you'll see it better. You can't make new all-time highs in the IWM and then say, right, the world is coming to an end. Just, again, I like it when these guys are really, really wrong, and now they've joined my side just a little bit, and it's like, you get someone on your team that you don't really like, and you're like, oh man, are we going to suffer because of it? I don't know. I don't think today, but it's just more of maybe less of kind of that V bottom that we've been seeing overall.
It's going to be an interesting one, and I do think we get at least a V bottom for the time being. The question is, do we just stay in the sideways range? I think that's going to be the hard part once we start to come back up, right?
Well, yeah, and that's kind of what I'm basically just saying, I guess, to summarize that whole thing, is now that everybody's joining the party, the people who weren't in the party before, maybe this is just where we are for a bit, right? Maybe we're just hanging out between like Friday's low and then this high that we had in 2020 or in the, end of the last month. And we just hang out there until midterms. And we're just kind of in this kind of sloppy kind of range, which sucks if you're a long-term investor, but can be just fine if you're a short-term trader.
Yeah, something definitely to watch. We'll see what happens as we start to kind of rebound. 740s is something to watch here. I'm long the TQQQ. I got it on the after hours action. So looking to see that continue to high and stay flying high. There's also someone else that we got to see continue staying high and flying high. We haven't seen her in a little while. She's flying in here. Airplane Jane, I hear, is coming in and right on time. And as
Yes.
you know how some planes, they're not always on time. But Jane, she's right on time. What's going on, Jane? How we doing?
And you know what's interesting? I was actually born on my due date. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but any event. Very rare, right? People usually aren't born on their due dates. So I am in somewhat agreement with Michael, but I am seeing, again, typically when I go away from the market, you guys need to be bearish. I don't know what it is, but when I'm not in the market, it tends to be bearish. So I think we're going to be bullish again going into today. But I think we're also going to have a very big move. Looking at it this past week, I've got my bigger levels, right? So with the SPY, I'm seeing that we were located down at 710.31. That bigger money has relocated themselves up to 737.18. If we can close the week above, we're going to be moving higher into the third quarter. If we continue to stay below, we've seen that this bigger money has flipped above us on the SPY, on the Qs as well. They are changing their location. It's hanging out right now, 71061. It was up at 71254, just dropped below. So is this a point that we need to really be worried about? What's getting me to think that maybe we're going to see this drawdown continue is the fact that they did sell the Mag 7. They have not repositioned their money yet on the Mag 7. So this is definitely hurting the SPY and the Qs, as well as RSP is continuing to move higher. They have not changed their location. So broader market bull, bearish on the Mag 7. The IWM still continuing to see that move higher. They're still located down below, and the Dow as well. So looking at that, really it's the Mag 7 that is really influencing this drawdown, in my opinion, what we saw before. But I want to highlight, you guys know I always check the covers. Back at it this week, we have the Barron's cover here. What is the first thing that you see? I see a constellation right here. And it looks a bit like Orion's belt. So I went into it, checked out CEG. Yes, they just changed their positioning to 67.49. Looking at energy, right? Constellation, this could have a nice move to the upside. We have a nice downward trend right here. If we can close up above, I'd say 275 this week. This has nice legs to move to the upside. Also, OESX. Kind of obscure, but another semiconductor. We also saw on the cover how to deal with the AI backlash, the death of AI. The contrarian view, as Michael will also agree, this is going to say, wait, if they're saying that AI is dead, maybe these semiconductors aren't. Maybe this entire downward move with this red cover with the eagle and electronics and Apple and the mouse, right? Maybe it's time to get back in. We've got the arrow moving to the upside, and Orion might be the one based off of this constellation that looks like Orion. I know it's a stretch, but this is a lower float and it does have the ability to move quickly. So be very careful. This one does have 3.4 million in the float. I did not check the short volume on it. Let's go ahead. Let's go there. Let's go check the short volumes and see what we have for OESX. This, as well as Constellation, could end up, I need short volume. Sorry, pardon me on that one. Yeah, it was reminding me. Thank you, computer. OESX. All right, 34% there, not very much. And CEG, 60% on CEG. So this could have a catalyst for a nice short squeeze on Constellation Energy. And that's right from the cover of Barron's, checking out the chart pattern, checking out where that bigger money is located, and the short volume. I really quickly want to check out Mag 7 to see how many people are shorted it. It looks like the majority are still going long on Mag 7. And let's also, for fun, check out the Qs here. Qs 65% short over the last week or so, right? So this could scream bigger move higher as long as we get above those big money levels. Again, for the Qs, I'm showing at 710.61, and for the SPY at 737.18.
Yo, what's going on?
What do you think?
I think we're kind of in alignment. Like, I didn't want to come on and just, poo-poo and bearish everything. I think in the short run, we're probably okay, and maybe even testing all-time highs pretty soon. I just don't like, again, maybe I'm just a cynical little bastard, but I just love it more when everybody's saying, oh, this is awful, this is, the markets, there's bubble bursting, and I can look at the data and I can say, oh, they're all short, they've been short all year. I just love that, because I know that if they're short, they have to cover. Same with, if I want a really good stock that has a decent short float, then yeah, I can like that as well. It doesn't mean it needs that to go up, but it's just that whole wall of worry. Everyone's wrong. People have to cover their shorts. And it just might mean that the move higher is different, where it's less of a big deal, because if everybody's short, then you have like these explosive moves higher in which everyone's covering. But if no one's short, if everyone's kind of betting with you in the market, you can have more just slower kind of pushes up, because you don't have that like absolute, your broker saying you have to, we're liquidating you right now. It's just more slowly over time, things are grinding higher and moving up. And that's just more of what I like to see, but it certainly isn't a necessary thing. So again, this midterm election seasonality is always just kind of pinging me in the back of the head saying, until they know who wins. And I checked the Kalshi thing. I guess there's a House and a Senate. I don't know any of this. I don't want to know any of this stuff, but I don't know any of this stuff.
It's okay, Americans don't know about Parliament.
Well, exactly. So one of them is pretty decided. One of them, they know what's going to happen. And then the other one, it's still in flux. There's like a 50-50 odds of a bunch of stuff happening. And when that's the case, generally that causes the biggest turmoil, because just investors don't know where to put their money because they don't know who's going to be making the laws. And that's why I looked at it, and it doesn't matter which side wins. It's just when a side wins, you end up getting a push higher. I think the most bullish case is when one side owns, kind of like how we have minority governments, I guess, up here. Mm-hmm. And I love minority governments because I just don't like the government having a lot of power regardless of who it is. It seems like it's the same in the States, where one side owns the Senate and the House and all of that, and then the president's on the other side. That seems to be when the market likes it the best. And I think it's for the same reason, is that the government just can't do anything. And that is generally the best thing for markets, is when the government just stays out of everything. So but yeah, it's generally like September, and then we've got the holiday doldrums coming up and all of this. I just don't want people to get so excited to think, oh, this is another V bottom that we can take all the way up to the moon like we've done kind of every other day. But I don't know, it could be wrong.
Yeah, I think that the AI move is not necessarily done. I think that we are going to see, like, when they're starting to say that bearish cover, okay, the bots meet the voters, how to deal with AI, right? So they are voting on it, but this could be a potential to get in. Also, as Mitch was talking about, you've got some of those names. We see that DRAM, we were talking about DRAM over a week ago, and this is pulled back. It's pulling back to, they're still buying DRAM from what I can see. So it could have a nice potential move to the upside. Let me get all those stocks that were in that really quickly here.
Yeah, DRAM's got a lot of that South Korean companies, I know.
It's got Micron, Samsung, SanDisk. SanDisk also had a very large trade on it. It had, I want to say $1.8 billion on SanDisk. And that was hanging out. Hold on here. Let me see the print. Yes.
Split government taxane, it's called. That's when, generally in my studies, that's when everyone likes the market the best, is when everything's split. And it's the same, if you study Canadian, I know no one here cares about studying Canadian politics, but actually the most gets done up here when it's a minority government, which essentially means that all the other parties could come together and kick out the leader at any time for any reason. So it's like when the guy's like very worried about his job, all of a sudden cool stuff gets done. And when it's minority or majority government, which essentially means that one party kind of controls everything for a while, we get way less done. And I don't think I need to be too cynical that doesn't shock anyone, that as soon as someone's worried about their job, then all of a sudden,
they
things that please the voters all of a sudden start happening. And yeah, that's the same. And that's currently what it's pointing to based off the Kalshi odds. But and I won't look at polls anymore. I think Kalshi odds are all you need for. They're just so good at nailing elections. They're not good at everything, but they're so good at nailing elections.
They have the inside scoop.
Well, we'll see what happens. It's always don't bet against the house, right? We'll see. The setup going into the market. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about what's driving the day. All right, what's driving the day? Of course, we'll see if tech can start to rebound. Of course, all the politics out there in the Iran war situation is going to be the focus. As we'll see, do we get some more conflict? Will the peace hold? And does oil continue bouncing off its pre-war lows? Of course, after the weekend strikes and a sustained move higher, can rearm the inflation worry out there? We'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be a bouncing type of day. Another thing to focus on is the 10-year yield, right? It's at 4.45, eased last week as oil fell, but that'll be a focus to see if maybe we get some more turbulence out there. And then quarter end flows today and tomorrow close out Q2, and tech badly, of course, lagging into this. Small cap surging this quarter, rebalancing could exaggerate the rotation or briefly reverse it. Don't overread a quarter end print. We'll find out what happens today. All right, guys, we'll get to the action. You guys are seeing that pullback right now.
I was going to say, what was interesting about this whole, I find this, this Iran war stuff. I've got a chart up here. So this is Hyperliquid. I love this, even though I don't have an account. I don't trade on them yet. I may. But Hyperliquid basically has contracts for everything now. So you can trade, if you're a real degen, you can trade S&P 500s. And some of them are really liquid, but this S&P 500 contract is super liquid. And I've been watching it for a couple months just to see how close is it to whatever the opening price on Sunday night is going to be. So far, like bang on, like whatever this price is going through the weekend. So this is I don't want to go on Twitter and I don't want to know the news. So I just open up this to see if there's anything I care about. And this box that I highlighted was over the weekend. So, this morning I read there was a bunch of news on, more bombings and blah, blah, blah. But look at the market's reaction. It had absolutely none. It did not care in the slightest that this was going on. Didn't move. Like I expected, I'm like, man, I didn't know all this stuff was happening because I'm just looking and nobody is taking bets on this anymore. So I just wonder if the market just does not care about the US Iran. They're like, we're done. You can bomb each other. You can not bomb each other. We don't care. Because before on the weekends, you would see like, 0.5% fluctuations when there was these news events that came out, and not anymore. And then this candle, this big green candle right here, this was the opening of the futures session, and then things were just kind of off to the races. But all weekend, zero reaction, zero care in any way, shape, or form that this thing was happening. Whereas before, you go back to other weekends, it was certainly reacting with the news. So this just might be more and more, we just don't care, right? The straight can go to hell. We don't care what any of these things are. And the market just like moves on. And I don't blame it, to be honest. I'm kind of tired of it too. So
it's the boy that cried wolf war.
Right.
Or the hokey pokey war.
It's like it's been months now of, oh yeah, we're good. And then a bomb drops. And it's like, oh, we're mad at each other again. And it's like, oh no, we're good again. And I just think the market's like, okay, let's pay attention to other things. Let's go on. It's been
like, he's declared the war over 53 times.
Yeah.
It might be the 54th. Let's just say that much this week, guys. So we'll continue watching the price action. Right now, I'm looking at the TQQQ to see if we get this dip that I'm looking for right towards the bell, and look how it happens, guys. This is why you come here. You know what I mean? Like everyone is probably here like this morning on certain channels like, oh, we're looking for the rip right through 75 right now, and we're going to get this breakout. And I'm like, no, guys. Wait for the dip right before the bell. Because there's always that dip. It just grinds up all morning. It gets you juiced feeling. And then right before the bell, you're like, oh, now I need to get in. Dude, you could have been getting in all morning long. Now, 5 minutes before the bell, now you're going to be like, oh, no. Now I need to get in. That's what happens a lot of the times, that trappy action, because you're seeing the stock going up right before the bell and you get too excited right as the bell comes. That's why you need to be looking for pullback a lot of the times. And that's why I always look for those red to green action. It's up to you if you like, buying the rip. But for me, I've always been a fan of buying into weakness versus buying into the strength at the open, especially. So you get a discounted price versus buying the rip and then getting dipped on, right? So we'll see what happens here on the TQQQ. Can it go back into that area? This was a prior resistance area from kind of the overnight action and yet on Friday's action, right? So right up in that area, the 74 and to like 73.50, it's going to be the area I'll look for the TQQQ to hold and make the rebound. Of course, I'm in on this at 72.56. Opened this up last night. I was just sitting on my porch, just kind of hanging out. I still don't got the in-screen closure, but I'm building a little thing in the backyard, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm building it, and I'm like, you know what, man? I'm like, you know what? Let's take a trade right here. This is the good part about trade the pool. We could just pull out our phone, right, and then take a trade and get to the open. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Google on the alert, guys. Google ripping here. Google, of course, joining the Dow. Google pushing right out the gates here. I like this trade, guys. If you're looking for a day trade, Google right out the gates here. Look at that dip and rip, and there she goes. That's why you come over to Money Mitch. That was a nice trade within itself. You could have been just taking that right there. Oh, that's a pretty open there for Google, and I could see it going higher. I have no day trade right now that I'm going to be stressing about. I've been focusing on the swings and focusing on this Airbnb, looking for Airbnb to get to 150s, 152s, looking for a nice 4-digit trade in the swing account. We'll see if we get that. I got 110 shares of Airbnb. There's the TQQQ bouncing a little bit there, right around in that box. Did you see? Did it go into that box and bounce? No way.
Very
Let's
nice,
see what
Mitch.
happens. Let's see if we get the TQQQs now just to lift off out of here. So you get that first scare open, right? Let's see if it can hold that low right now, 73.50s, and see the rebound come right back to 75s. That would be the true action of like quick to the upside. Let's see if we get it.
The micro strategy is actually up for the first time in the last 10 years. Something makes me want to take a little bit of a mean reversion shot on this guy. I still think at some point he gets liquidated, but maybe that's not today.
Look. Oh, we got ourselves a little lift there in the TQQQs. They're holding well. Now back to the 74.40s. We're getting back up here. Opening wash, getting bought there. Let's see if it can hold now the action and hold 74s on pullbacks. Get back above the 75s would be that quick action. And you see the Qs start to get that lift off there. Let's see it here now. 74.50s. Can we clear into the next level here? The Qs are coming back. 715 on the Qs. Can they rise through the 717 and start to get that rise? Of course, where can I see the action getting to? I can see it getting up to maybe even potentially 730s today. Ooh. 15 points to the upside.
So that's why MicroStrategy Up is doing a repurchase program, but with what money? Like, where you guys, are you selling your Bitcoin?
Some.
He sold all of his Bitcoin. He sold Bitcoin.
They
That's
sold
why.
some, so they have money. You sell it and you rebuy it. You don't know that scam?
This whole
Sell
thing.
it, buy it cheaper. Wait, isn't that just shorting? Didn't they just short their position and tell everyone to buy?
It's
No, I love how he was in a conference and he was like, you idiots, you didn't read my investor perspective. Of course I can sell the Bitcoin. You idiots.
Yeah, he said something like, I told you to sell your kidneys to buy Bitcoin. I didn't mean the company was gonna. I was like, oh,
Right.
buddy.
Oh,
Again,
that's what you meant.
I will be waiting with loving open arms and, a
Micron coming
six-figure plus to just be one. You'll see me put the laser eyes up on the screen. I'll be the whole 9 yards. It's probably going to be the best bullish thing in the long run if dude actually does get liquidated, but holy smokes, it's going to be a nightmare for all crypto holders when it happens. Like, this thing could go down to like 20K if this guy gets liquidated. And again, I'll be there and I'll just buy a ton of it and then wait till it gets back to 100K in years and years and years. But I think it'll be the best buying opportunity ever, but it is going to be gut-wrenching and painful the whole time.
Sometimes those are the best entries.
Often, right? It's the one that you really just... It's why I lean so much in statistics. Like, so Apple, if you guys missed it,
there she goes.
I bought a ton of Apple on Thursday, right here. And it was because I just ran a bunch of statistics and there was a big chance it was going to bounce, but it was hard. It was a hard trade.
There's 75 on the TQQQ. Don't say Mitch doesn't give you anything. Hit that like button. There it is, to a key. To a key. Like, cut it, picture it. Hey, frame it, whatever you need to do. That's what it's all about. That's why you come over here. I hope somebody was able to nail that trade with me. As we see the 75s recover in there, can the TQQQ now get hot? We'll find out.
Yeah, it's really all going to be about this pre-market. It's where we just got back up to a pre-market high where we were just an hour ago. And the question is,
AUR, another trade I like, guys. I like Ouster. I like UMAC. We'll see if that can get lifting there as trades to mention out there.
So then above that, what we need to see is Thursday's high. So that's 727. That would be a big move to get there. But yeah, that's Thursday's high, and then maybe a gap fill eventually after that. I don't think I would expect that today. We don't really have much, I don't think, in the way of economic reports to really get us going. There's the calendar. I don't think we have anything. Yeah, absolutely nothing today. Tomorrow we got some, but yeah, nothing to. So it'll be a tweet-driven day, which we need to always mention because it always seems like a tweet-driven day. But I think more today than anything, we'll see if there's some sort of news.
How about the almanac the week before 4th of July? I feel like it's bullish. Usually it's bullish before all the major holidays.
Yeah, well, when you get out of the swoon, you got to have the balloon, right?
I was reading today, historically, he's got the little bull symbol, which means 60% of the time plus the day's bullish.
It's out of the swoon.
And then bullish on Canada Day as well. So congratulations to us. And then, yeah, after, it's really the week after when Yankee Day, everyone's all drunk and happy, and hopefully they still have all their fingers, all that kind of stuff. They come in and they buy stocks. So far, market actually rejecting that pre-market high, got right back there, and then it's pulling back just a little bit. So still and I just want to kind of cautious everyone, right? It's, yes, we gapped up big, but we're still inside yesterday's range. So just, enjoy the gap up. I owned a whole bunch of stuff, and I'm happy that I own that stuff. But just intraday, we really haven't seen much movement, right? We went down to not even pre-market lows, but like halfway to pre-market lows, and then we bounced to pre-market highs. So is this just a little pullback before we go, or what?
It's bullish. Tech is holding here. Why are you guys getting so light-handed, man? Everything in tech is moving up. There's barely any red in the screen.
All the Mag 7 are up, so that makes sense that everything is rising. Well, all the indexes.
Well, we're getting the lift off there. If you look underneath the hood in the industries, they're all doing pretty well right now.
It just depends on your focus, if it's from the open or from the close. From the close, everything gapped up great. From the open, the Qs essentially haven't moved.
1.6. Meta's up. What else do you need up, man? You name it in tech.
The indices, right? Above yesterday's high would be progress, right?
You're getting too lost in the sauce, too lost on the Qs. The Qs are holding in here.
They're holding in. They haven't moved from the open. So I was just saying, it just gapped and hasn't done anything yet, right? Same RSP hasn't gapped, hasn't done anything. IWM has gapped, hasn't done anything, and same with SPY. So until these things, the SPY is actually the strongest. You'd be way better off. It's through the yesterday's high as opposed to Yeah, so the SPY, check it out through yesterday's high as opposed to if we can get that going. I think that's really what we need to see.
We'll see what
What
happens out
about-
there, guys.
What about the push for the digital currency of the US on the 4th of July? Trump saying it's time for us to go digital. The new digital currencies. Do we need to be looking at XLF? Do we need to be looking at the banks? We've heard that there's going to be higher interest
SoFi
rates.
is the one you want to be thinking about in that case. They've been actually doing something underneath the hood. We can talk about it later today, but I actually got some deep insights into that one.
XLF's looking interesting. I already own a
I want
bunch.
some SoFi. If you think that's true.
Nice base on the daily there for sure.
So
A
SoFi
nice
would be
potential
all
fifth
about
leg
that
on
digital.
XLF there too.
You know, SoFi is all about that digital frontier at life. I'll just say that
Michael,
much.
I'm looking at SpaceX right now too.
I know. Well, Tack was talking about it. It's interesting.
You SpaceX guys.
The bigger money is down below at 152.75.
Well, I think they announced the closing of their bond
Yep.
sale. So that was the dilutionary event. It's a great, again, I was with TAC, I sold a bunch of 140 puts. Oh, you weren't here last week, Jane. So so we sold a bunch of 140 puts. I sold like 15 of them, like a lot.
Okay.
And the idea is that it's not going to get to 140 in the next 31 days, but it's a
Right.
nice little low base for something that's very liquid, high volatile. And then I think the big announcement was 7 days. So July 7th, I think it gets into the Qs, and that's kind of what got everyone. I think the volatility gets sucked out of it. I don't think we go back to I don't think we go back to 200 or something, but it's like, okay, there's probably a floor in there when it's going to get added to this index. It's not going to get cut in half like immediately. And it's right where it opened. So anyone who bought the opening print is still happy. Anyone who got the allocation, they're still happy as well. They're up 10% on some of this trade. So I'm just looking at it here. It's got these last 3-4 days of consolidation. If the Qs can finally break yesterday's high, and this could break just this base at 160, I think that could create an interesting move maybe into the 170s, which would be a nice little 10 point pop there.
What
All
about
right, holding in well.
We've got Shop that looks like it's just about to break out of a trend line. You probably like this, Mitch. It's a nice looking chart. We've broken above some former resistance levels, roughly around 118.80. You zoom it out. Look at that. That's looking pretty nice right there. It's got some movement, some potential to move to the upside. I see that the bigger money is just below at this time. Nothing above us to create resistance with big money positioning. Everything is below.
All you need is Amazon doing well, and what's Amazon doing? It's kicking. So you're looking good there, Shop. Amazon, Mags, doing well. Everyone was talking about last week. Oh my God! If you own the Magnificent Seven, you are hating your life. Guess what happens this week?
Money rotation.
Well,
I just always laugh at those tweets, right? Because I was seeing it all last week. I could show you the tweets. I could show you the GIFs out there about, the Mag 7. If you own the Mag 7, you're not making money.
Yeah, it's down year to date, right? Still?
But it's just crying, man. It's just crying.
No, it's just be in the IWM.
It's just being tears.
So yeah, you're down 5% if you owned 5% year to date if you owned the Mag 7, and if you own small caps, you're up 20%. So yeah, it's just very clear. Where do you want to be? Do you want to be down 5% or you want to be up 20%? Which that is some great relative. We don't see that very often in today's age to get that outperformance of that particular of the small caps. It's like the small caps are the redheaded stepchild that never went anywhere, but yeah, not only up compared to Mag 7, even on this bounce, and the Mag 7's up 2.5% today. Still, unless you bought that actual low, you're getting smoked on this. And IWM, you could not physically be losing money. Even the Qs are, it's an okay year. up 15% year to date. That's better than average. But yeah, IWM just smoking everything.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, IWM and RSP are just showing us that broader market is continuing to grind higher. It's really just the Mag 7. That's it.
So imagine if they stop sucking, right? If the Mag 7 just like perks up and just becomes like a good place to put your money again. That's all people need. That's the 30% of the market starts to keep up. That 70% of the market has done all of its lifting. And it's funny, I have seen the same people who were crying that it's only 7 stocks going up, also now crying that those 7 stocks are holding us back, that, you can't have a good market without the leaders. And it's like, well, what do you guys want? Do you want the 7 to go up, or do you not want them to go up? Either way, you're lame. And Tax saying, do we see rotation back into Mag 7? Well, so far today, right? It's only one day. I wouldn't get too crazy about one day either side, but it's a good relative strength today. If you look at Mag 7 up 2.5%, and last I checked IWM, it's up like 0.3%. And IWM is usually from day to day a pretty large mover. So far we're getting it. My first trade just came through here on whatever UPC is. Just trying to fade that one just a little bit. It broke its pre-market high there and then just failed pretty quickly. And so just shorten there, stop above the high of the day. We'll see what happens. This is just one of these gap mean reversion systems I'm running.
How's the TQQs for you there, Mitch?
I put it this way: I am sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. This is what happens when you go and you trade on a Sunday night instead of a Monday morning, and I'm just sitting back, relaxing. I literally drew it out to a key for you guys, and right into the prior resistance. It goes right into that hold support. Sometimes just keeps going. Sometimes, we all like to have these complicated strategies, but sometimes just resistance support, just clear as day, right?
I said it a million times, right? If someone came and said, okay, you've got to start trading, Mike, and you're not allowed to use statistics and math and numbers, that's the strategy. It's very bone simple. You're trading with the trend.
Airbnb lift off. Let's go, guys. I'm just enjoying the day. I have the trades on that I need, and they're just working, and now it's time to reap the benefits. And what I see in the market is I see tech ripping here, 0.61 from the open, 1.4 overall. Utilities right behind it. Industrial is starting to push. That's your area to look at. Financials is your area to look at. Healthcare is holding in there even on the day that it probably takes a pullback. Consumer cyclical coming in hard. Specialty retail. That's your Amazon trade. That's your shop trade. That's your Melly trade, right? You can see those are going higher. eBay even going higher. That's getting a nice little push there. Casey's getting a little bit of a push there. Gambling stocks getting the push. DraftKings getting a little bit of a lift. Flutter Entertainment out there moving. Auto truck and dealerships. Carvana up 2.52% from the open here and getting a nice little push. We'll see if these names can get a nice little lift off there as Carvana with a nice little lift today. And overall, it just shows me it's that broadening out rally, right? When you see the cyclicals start to run, doesn't make me feel bad that I'm seeing lodging get the rip. And of course, I'm long Airbnb. So let's go. Airbnb taking that push. Let's go now to 148. Guys, this says 4%, but I don't want to show you what the unrealized is. It's definitely making me freak out when I look to the left. So, you know what I mean? It's one of those things where I want to turn this monitor off.
I don't.
Stop looking at it, Mitch.
Yeah, for that very reason, I do not keep P&L on my screen, period.
Let's go.
Right? I don't want to know.
That's 4%, but that's almost like 80% of the account, right? So that's a good 4%. Let's just say that much. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Let's see what happens out there. TQQ almost up 4% on that name. And up there above the 75s and pushing. Which tech names start to lead now? Well, you see Micron push. That's what I'm going to start looking for. Can Micron get off the ground? It's on the ground right now. The Qs are riding higher, yet Micron's on the floor. Will they buy it? I drew this out and I said right around this area, we'd look to see if we'd go red to green. So let's see if we get another trade here. Brought to you by Money Mitch. Will we get the bottom of Micron right here on the lows? So I'll draw the bar here. That's the undercut and rally look. Can it hold that look and not break that bar here? That's what I'm going to look to see what happens here. Will it not break? I'm going even smaller here, determining the area of hold now, which is the low of the day. It doesn't break that low of the day. Let's see it. Here comes the wick. Can we get the close below that? There's the wick in. Here comes the wash look. Now everyone's getting scared. Now what you want to see is the close of this candle. 21 seconds left. 20 seconds left on the candle. 17 seconds left. Let's see what happens. Right towards the last little seconds, you want to see if this whipsaws back to green. Right? So that whipsaw type of action usually means what? It ran into some buying pressure and some selling, probably right around the same time. The buying pressure comes right back in and starts to drive it. If it starts driving below this, then we could start seeing some kind of computers systems actually go red, and then the rest of the trade go green, because we are seeing semis rip. We are seeing electronic gaming rip. We're seeing software rip. We're seeing electronic computer distributions push, software application and infrastructure pushing. Solar stocks doing well. Semis are in the green. Let's see if this starts to hold and drive back. It's starting to hold there. We're starting to drive. Can we get back up there? We'll find out here. One name that I really am watching making the move that I think very few are talking about, I've talked about this for a while now, is TSM. TSM, I think, is going to go on a big, massive run. We're talking, and I think this is ready for it. And I've called out a couple of these, right? Like, I didn't get NVIDIA, right? I might have gotten Intel, right? I got AMD, right? I'm getting ready to call a bigger move on TSM. I think it's time for TSM to have its NVIDIA moment. I think it's time for TSM to make its way towards 4 digits, potentially. I think that's the type of move, and Michael would love to see it with like the head and shoulders pattern on the daily, right? It's like go stuff everybody that thinks this is a head and shoulders pattern, because really
That
it's
does
just
not
more
look
of
like
a,
it's me.
it's more of a trend line hold. That's the way I see it. It's just a hold of the trend, and then now it's reloading, ready to rock and roll back up to 480.
Well,
I don't know,
it's like
man.
this. The same chat we had about the Mag 7 is like, if you look at SMH, it's just been so boring recently, right? So it's like, if this gets going and joins the small caps and the average stock that have just been ripping, like, look at IBB. Like, I have some, but man, that was like the miss of a century. I should have been loaded in that. Like, IBB has just been biotechs, healthcare, finance, all this stuff has been over the last week. This chart is just insane, this breakout, and continuing today. So if everything else is like, I look at it as like everything else has been holding up the market for a long time, whereas your star players, it's like your main player twists his ankles. And if all of a sudden he can get off the bench and start going again, then that's really what the market needs to get going to really kind of push up here.
It sounds like we're going to see a lot of action out there in tech today. And I feel like it could be that type of day where you just see the lift off. And then the thing that happens is it's going to be tough, because it can be one of those trades where I think we get the push in the early part of the week, but then we just run into chop, right? So it doesn't mean that it's just going to be, like all week long. That's why I think it makes sense to run the Qs today. Run it back, like all that worry throughout the weekend, all that worry, right? And then this morning, it just gives you a quick look down, quick panic right out the gates. Everyone gets scared, and then it just
and that's why I switched to looking at the news to see what the market's going to gap up as, to just go into that hyper liquid, because all I had to do was take a look at that and go, nothing. Whatever he's talking about, nobody cares. So let's just move on to the next thing and spend time with the fam instead of worrying about whatever dude is talking about, because the market just could not care less. It's a really good indicator. Now, it also is, I'm probably going to open up an account, put just a couple bucks in it, because it does show that now we don't really care about looking at different indicators and CFDs and all this stuff throughout the weekend because we have the thing. Right? And it's like, is this just the way that 24-hour trading is going to take place? Are we all just going to do that same thing where it's not even a traditional exchange that takes all the money? It's something else. It's like a Hyperliquid or I don't know, one of these other weird kind of crypto places. Because if I can get the same exposure, I'm not voting. Right? I'm not voting I don't care if I hold the physical shares, but yeah, I want something. Cerberus is popping up here on the screen.
Tokenization.
WeShop. WeShop was added to the Russell 3000. So that might get a lift to it. It's a very low float, less than $10. WSHP. That one's just had big volume yesterday or Friday's trading action, pulled back, and a nice potential entry there, Mitch, if you check it out as well. Just below, it's below the 9 EMA now, but that one's going to have a lift being added into the Russell 3000.
Do they shop us or we shop them? We'll find out. Because it looks like they've been shopping us for a long time. I hope that the company turns things around.
Here's the chart. That's a pretty spectacular one. It has 700,000. Could you imagine we have this run up to 40 again with all this volume coming into it?
That's what makes me think that they've been shopping us for a while. They've been putting out little sale signs, and we've been buying it up real quick. Let's just say that much. We'll see what happens.
Selling just a bit here.
Who is selling?
Marco.
So negative.
The Qs.
Don't be so
negative.
This is the price action that's
you came
occurring.
in all bearish on me, man. You came in all bearish on me, dude. What happened, dude? What happened this weekend? I'm reporting
the price action to the children, to the kids. I'm showing
this
is the job.
Do we need a Woosah Wednesday on a Woosah Monday?
It's just we're almost to lows of the days on the Qs. It's just that's a mathematical fact.
Yeah.
Leave it to
It's
Michael.
It's a good time for re-entry.
Qs, dude.
That's it. It's a good time for re-entry.
Well, if you're bullish,
let them know, chat. Let them know, chat.
That's what's happening. IWM down now. Almost. It's weird. It says 1% on my screen, but then Trade the Pool says 0.3%.
It's just playing with you guys. It's just playing with you.
Well, yeah, it's like I said. It's an inside day, right? It's just
until it breaks. Yeah.
Really,
it could be a positioning day.
Really, I think it's Micron losing the floor there. That's like the drag on the market right now. Micron and SanDisk, I would say, being your drag of the market. And if the anchors keep dragging, they could keep ruining the party. That's your down area in tech. I can show you. I gotta pull it up here, but it's just that's what's leading down. Now semis are starting to break with it. Of course, Micron's a part of the semis, and computer systems. That's SanDisk, right? So those two really bringing the ugly into the market. SanDisk down 7.74 from the open. So just to bring the perspective in.
Yes, Q's now down from the open. SPY holding on much better, and then IWM down from the open as well. Semiconductors actually red on the day entirely. So not only flipped from the open, and then IVG holding up. So more of the same. When semiconductors having a hard time, software is doing well, vice versa. Again, if we hold back above this 90 area, I'm piling into some IVG today. It's just been I've been waiting patiently on this pullback, and now we're there. So if we can get a little bit of bounce there, I'll take that one. But yeah, IWM is about to break the low of the day. Where is IWM here?
Yeah,
it's about to
297
break the new lows. Yeah, about to break the new lows there, and that's pre-market lows as well. So just like the other ones, we just got to watch yesterday's low, just inside day, right? And until we get some resolution one way or another, I've just always trained myself not to get excited on inside days. A lot of nonsense. You get up to yesterday's high and it breaks by a couple ticks and it sells back down. Then it gets yesterday's low and it breaks by a couple ticks and it rallies back up. And then it's those kind of real like gap above a prior day's high or low, you get, or it breaks and really holds. Those are the days that you can start to really get excited and go, yeah, so someone's really buying here, and things are looking good. Mag 7 is actually holding up relatively well compared to the rest of this, and that might be some of the reason that we're seeing that in software, because Microsoft and Google are going to be more software than they are hardware, and XLV looks like it's going to break just a little bit, so just a little bit of a come down. But we tested yesterday's high, that worked out well. Now we're just back inside the range. Let's get a tweet. Come on. Who knows him? Who can wake him up and make sure he gets off on the right side of the bed this morning, and has some bullish, not I'm going to bomb someone tweets. Can we have some man? Our stock market's let's have some things are amazing tweet.
You didn't hear about the scam how he scammed us all on Friday? Everyone's talking about how it was rotation, but did you see how the Pentagon held back the bombing news to right after the bell? They knew it already, and they held it. And then there was information specifically written in that transcript about holding it specifically so it didn't affect the markets. But the SEC does their job, right?
Well, that's way above my pay grade. How much immunity that guy's got to do whatever he wants,
man, but whatever he wants. That is as scamming the market as can be. But that's allowed nowadays.
Hey, as someone who owns stocks, I'd rather have that than the other. So Q's just ticked a new low of the day, and actually some buyers came in there pretty quickly. So yeah, we broke that opening little flush low we had by 50 cents.
Dude, just undercutting and rallying. Let's go. Let's undercut, and we're finding buyers down here. We're finding buyers.
Amazon is holding up nicely.
Let's see if we see the rally.
I'll tell you what's holding
around
up
that
nicely.
242 level. That can break. It had a nice run up, had bigger movement.
That's a nice spot out, Jane. That's a good one. And that's what you do when the market starts to roll over. You just go to your list and see what's holding up, right? And Amazon, look at that, not even giving back any of it. Mag 7 is actually still holding, again, really strong, which is obviously going to be partly Amazon, and things like Microsoft are probably doing pretty well. Yeah, Microsoft might be one to take a look at because it's holding in deep. We got the IVG very strong. The Qs itself had that little spat. So let's see, is it just regular inside day behavior, or are we getting a little more?
Here's some trade ideas doing really well, guys. Alster, I talked to you guys, they could make a move with AUR. That's up 17%. So really nice action on there. 12% from the open. Then CrowdStrike takeoff. That's your ready for the cybersecurity to continue its party. PanW's on the takeoff. I've mentioned this countless times here, guys. The cyber is the area to buy in the software space if you want that continued upside. It just seems to me like that just seems to be perfectly positioned here with PanW, CrowdStrike being your leaders in that space, and you're seeing the lift. I'd start taking a look to see others push off of that. You're seeing Sentinel-1 push off of that. You'd see Snow push off of that, and you're going to see the others lag. You're seeing Frog make a move. I've talked about Frog here countless times. Take a look at the action that happened on Frog on Friday. That's FROG, of course. That's in your governance space. That's your trade with like Okta. So if you want to take a look at that, look how Okta's on takeoff. This is the money Mitch just giving you guys literally the sauce. It's up to you to take it.
Something that you guys were talking about last week, but you guys, what about GTA? Take Two.
Yeah. Yeah, Take Two is a good one.
89, I think it was 89 million in sales. What was it? Let me see.
You should be riding the Take Two until the games come out. It's a buy the rumor, sell the news.
Exactly.
Pre-orders
Yes.
dropped. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't remember the total number, but my
You know what the
husband's like
leading
the
you know what
gamer,
the
right?
leading industry is in technology today, Airplane Jane?
Gaming. Gaming.
Of course, gaming and multimedia. That's how you do it. That's why I think it's always important. Stay with the strength, right? You got that trade down packed. You also see RBLX up 4%. I can't trade that, but you guys may.
Look at that resistance right there, that it's just ready to break out. Once it breaks that resistance, boom. What's the depth there, Michael?
The depth.
All the way down to the bottom on the double
Oh,
bottom.
went all the way down there is 190. So
All right. So it's got 50-point potential.
yeah, that's a nice looking one. And that's again the beauty of when the market's either selling off or in this case doing nothing. Right? It's made new lows since we were chatting there. It's hanging out at lows of the day. You just go and you start looking like Jane did there. Here's the things that are holding up well. I think Roblox is actually having a good day as well. Yeah, nice little gap up there. And then software has been amazing. Right? Software has been holding up super strong. We talked about the Mag 7 names. They've been doing well. And yeah, it's the easiest
It's
thing,
not
I
all
think, for
software,
new
though.
traders.
That's the key. It's not all software. Make sure you're looking underneath the hood.
It'll never be all everything, right? When hardware goes up, it'll never be all hardware. You just grab the names you like.
Well, it was majority of hardware and AI, but you got to know the industries. That's why I always think it's important to look underneath the hood. If you're not looking underneath the hood, you're just looking at the ETFs. I think you're doing it, unless you're just going to be trading ETFs, that's fine. But I think you definitely should be looking underneath to find what is strong in IGV so that you actually know what is actually making the move versus so then that way you can be grabbing the ones that are actually moving to the upside, right? What's leading here? Like a Fortinet, like a Pan W, right? Then you can stay with that strength. And if you want one that's lagged, Zscaler, that's on the bottom floor. And this is a stock that's really come back. I mean, we're talking 60, 70%. That could be a dip buy here. If you want one that's just lagged on the floor, right? I like the leaders, Pan W and CrowdStrike, because that on the 9 EMA is holding a momentum rally move. And I see CrowdStrike 4 digits. I see Pan W up there trying to push 4 digits eventually. So you're seeing momentum breakouts there. Sometimes we need to go where the momentum breakouts are, and that's a momentum breakout without a doubt.
I'm seeing with Tesla. Tesla just repositioned their bigger money level to 392.37. So watch right here. Is this one going to have a sell-off at this resistance, pull down the Qs and the SPY? This was a heavy leader for the Mag 7, up 3.4%, 13 points. So is this going to have a bit of a retracement back down? It does look like it's in a bit of a channel, right? The top trend line of a channel to the downside. So looking for that to potentially fade a little bit right here. We're almost 45 minutes into the market at 10:15. So we could see a reversal happen for Tesla up here. So watching that for a little fade out. And on that, I'm going to fade out myself. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Have a great day, guys.
Yeah, Jane. Have a good one. Hopefully tomorrow, I saw there's some economic reports tomorrow. I'd like to not have an inside day tomorrow. That'd be great. They're just not as interesting. Again, I've got only this one trade going on, this UPC thing. So we're just hanging out there, down a little bit on it, but no real big deal. Again, stop above that pre-market high. Just one of these crazy movers that's probably going to drop down 50% or just rip up and stop me out, one of the two. Tax talking about SO being short semis. Again, maybe. Again, I'm just looking at it and saying, well, IWM, inside day. The Qs, like we talked about, broke yesterday's high just for a couple seconds and then right back down to an inside day. And then the SPY, same thing, right? Broke yesterday's high and then right back inside there as well. So with so many names just being inside, I have just trained myself to just chill. And it's a pretty simple indicator. I was talking, someone messaged me and said, thanks for the inside day tip. And all he did is he just triggered a little trading view indicator that changes the background of his charts to yellow when the markets are just inside yesterday's range. And it's like he just used that as a reminder to, not the day to swing for the fences and to go nuts and jump up and down. And I thought that was just a great little addition. So I'll see if you guys are interested, if he's okay handing over his code, but it's probably something you could just ask Claude and he'd put together. So it just changes if the market's above yesterday's high, his backgrounds get like a faint green color. If it's below yesterday's low, it gets a faint red color. And if it's inside yesterday's range, it gets that yellow. And he uses that as whether or not to, really step on the gas or whether or not just to kind of hang out and wait. And I just thought it was a really cool way to do that, where you don't need to guess what days should I be really excited. And it's usually days when the markets are making new highs or new lows.
AEVA, another one that I'll give you guys to take a look at in the LiDAR space there, pulling back there. Could make a breakout above 23s today. Just one name to keep on the radar. Just continuing to watch that Alster being strong.
Someone brought up Wendy's. Wow, actually, I am very surprised with how Wendy's is holding on.
Wendy's. Don't fall asleep on the Frosties.
I expected to look that up and have that chart be down significantly. And it's actually holding on way stronger than I thought it was. So I don't know. Maybe a dip bot. You got a level that makes sense to risk off of now in Wendy's. What's like 725. You got two equal lows right there. If you think the apes are going to do it, you can happen a move there. Crow saying breaking. Iran and U.S. plan to meet tomorrow. That seems like that should be bullish, right? Or do we not care at all? Q's new lows, SPY new lows. Yeah, we just don't care.
We just don't care.
Assuming that is breaking. Need some spicy nuggets. No, I'm not a spicy guy, man. I don't like. What? Some people love their spice stuff. I am just give me. I'll do like a sweet or salty. Give me none of that spicy stuff.
Not any spice?
Like very mild. I'm all right with, but I just don't.
You order mild buffalo wings, dude?
Oh, and not a big wing guy either. Like I don't want to have to work. I don't have to work that much for my food. That's my thing with I love ribs. Just give me a steak. It's just way less work. And I don't want to have to spend that much effort eating.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, right? Put some fire in that. You're not supposed to enjoy the experience. You're supposed to burn your lips away.
Yeah, I never got that. And then, the people were like, "I'm so tough. I eat really disgusting, awesome ghost peppers." I'm just like, "Okay, good for you, bud." I'm just gonna have a nice meal that I enjoy, and
yeah, that's when you're in college and you can't feel yourself and you're numb, and then it's not that bad. But we'll see if I get tagged out here in the TQQQs. I'm thinking about just tagging out, but of course it's gonna rebound as soon as I do that. But I got trades to make here, so I don't want to push too much on this if the Qs are gonna continue dropping. So it's one of those things where it needs to rebound right here. If not, just get rid of it. And then, because I have such good positions on and I can use this money to go take a trade. There's plenty of trades out there. So it's not going to just hold on for no reason, right? It needs a rebound and it needs to rebound fast here. I have a feeling it'll just tag me and then we'll get back out. But there's a tag right on the low. Let's see if it rebounds back. Q's going a little bit on that wick chase, that liquidity search. It probably makes a rebound, could be, but at this point, I can look for other trades, right? There's no need to hold on to this, especially when I have such a good position in Airbnb. Don't want to lose money today and give up the gain almost, right? Because since I have had this gain, I want to give it up, right? So I want to just make sure that I focus on the winner, and we'll see what happens there in the Qs as the Qs does pull back there. Does make that low attempt and then could whipsaw right back up, right? Doesn't mean that I can't get back in. But for the time being, I'd rather step out and look to step back in.
Yeah,
We're
this to
already
me
seeing that whipsaw.
for now feels like a very just profit taking. Like there's no like news, there's no real aggression to the
I mean,
selling.
Micron
There's just
continuing,
like
right? The Micron sell off is not something you want to see, right? So that's what's really kind of dampering the moods, right? People were thinking Micron was coming to 2000, and I can tell you right now, I can show you some tweets, I could show you everything. Everyone was like, Micron 2000 coming fast. Well, will it hold 1000? That's the question today. That's how this market will humble you if it needs to.
well, and it's right. We got to remember, we kind of pound the table on this. Inside day, right? We're nowhere near yesterday's low. So we're basically flat for the day. And we opened up, we just wiggled
Pushed
around a
above it
bit.
though,
Nothing really
right?
happened.
We pushed
For a
above it at
second.
least.
Yeah. Just for a brief second. Now we're back down. I just look at that and I go, okay, it's an inside day. Talk about this all the time. I think it's hugely important. There are days to go nuts. There are days to like really start buying stuff and putting your foot on the gas. Then there's inside days where the market just can't seem to make a move in either direction. And the worst thing you can do is, go nuts and try to like really, really push your account. And then you find yourself kind of getting chopped up. Now, if anything, I put this today kind of squarely in the bearish camp, just because we tried to break out and failed, and now we're back down. But we got lots and lots and lots of day to go, so anything could reverse there. But yeah, semiconductors were looking kind of bad off the gate. We just flipped negative here on the Qs. A little bit of acceleration there for a second. Now, what's interesting, keep an eye on this candle, because this 1 minute candle is now the largest volume candle all day. So is that someone coming in and saying, all right, let's flip on the buy programs? I don't know. It's like a inside day. We're 45 minutes in, almost the first hour has kind of come across. And I'm just like, well, it's just nothing's really happened. So yes, people are probably bummed.
Taking a shot on Ouster here. Willing to add on pullback too. We'll see what happens here. Ouster, really good move there. I'm going to stick with the strength I see out there in the market. It's pulled back here. Market comes back with any strength. I should see the strength come back to the strong, right? Instead of relatively weakness. I'm going to look for the strength here to continue strong. We'll see what happens there. Ouster.
Yeah, so I'm really going to focus in on this Qs just because that 1 minute candle had such high volume. Let's see if we can actually dig in and hold above this low of kind of 705, which we're right above now. This would be, if I was a scalper, that would be my play. I'd be buying it here. I'd put stop there at the low of the day, and then I'd try to be getting out just kind of candle by candle here. Just because of that large volume spike. It's like, okay, is there some play to have? Do like a bar by bar stop, a 2 minute trailing stop, something like that.
Good. All you needed to know. I got out of the TQQQ. Yeah, there was some volume there. 706. Someone jumped in there.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just that easy, right? Again, if I was a discretionary trader, that'd be a shot to take. So yeah, you got such a, and I'll even show it. This is the counter is using for something. Let's just take, I don't know, 500 shares, right? And you just, doesn't like that. Do 100 shares, right? And this is kind of a decent little scalper mindset. So your stop's low of the day, that's $69. Then you just be targeting, double to triple that. See if you get a little bit of a bounce, and then maybe you do, like a 2-minute trailing stop. So we'll just take this trade and see how it goes. And this is something I know that it would be easy to systematize too as well, is look for these multiple candles down in a row and then these volume kind of thrust candles, where again, if you look at just that last 1-minute candle, there was just so much volume that took place there. You can just take these little shots. Your risk is really slow or really low, and then if you're right, you're going to make a whole bunch when you're right. So you can just see the trade going on there. Again, just a sample kind of a test thing.
There's the rebound. There we're in. I took a long on Ouster there, but the TQQQs are bouncing off there. So like I mentioned, I think you could see a nice little bottoming action there. Then you see that rebound, and I think you're starting to see it. So I'm going to stick with the strength here. I'm in a tech name, so I'm not mad about it. Already getting the lift there. We'll look to see if we get continued push. Let's see if we
Yeah,
can
so
get some
again, this
drive
is
now.
just a little eval account, but so how I'd manage it now is when you get that thrust up, right, you just sell half of the position, and then you just trail the rest there. So just a very simple kind of scalping technique that you can play with there. Just look for these weird volume surges. It's generally, not always, generally somebody trying to take a stand to see if they can. This is my point. I'm going to dig in here. Now, you never know if that person is going to win or not, but when you have that just huge volume spike, I'll try to make this a little bit easier. Let me change the volume color for just a second. Price volume bars. Here we go. Equal. Is that working? That might
One
be
name.
easier to do.
One name I'm just trailing, man. Nice. Trailing in the view is Airbnb. Can we get to the 4 digits? We're almost there, man. This is when it starts to get in like, do I run to it? Start itching. You start itching for the profits.
Yeah, so this is just looking at it different. This is all the volume, excluding that first 1-minute candle, all the volume the entire day. And then you see how much bigger this candle was right here than the rest of them, just nearly double. So that to me that's like either capitulation or just someone hitting the button real hard with a whole bunch of shares to get some sort of reversal. So that's why that's significant. And that's something that you could scan for if you end up liking that trading style, to look for an intraday reversal. Is just, I didn't mean to do that. Control Shift T. I need to sign in here. 1 second. Notes. But yeah, so that's all I did was I searched for, or I noticed that really big volume spike there and said, okay, well, that might be a large trader or an institution or something trying to take a bet right there and to try to potentially prop up price. And then he did. Now, do I think we just rip back to the high days? I don't know. But like I've been kind of talking about, we are inside, right? Everything is inside. And when we're inside, I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to take a huge bet in either direction. I'm just going to kind of hang out here, right? And then so that was a decent trade. You just saw that take live. So it was $80 there. We're up, 150 on it here. So I would probably just start to trail by, say, 5-minute candles or something. So go to 5-minute candles and just start moving your stop below 5-minute candle lows. And when it comes and gets you, it comes and gets you. And you kind of move on with your day. Digging in. Now we'll see. Now I'm looking here to see if there's any news or anything like that that's really pushing us. And I just don't see anything. So this could just be normal kind of profit taking, right? Spot gold, U.S. Supreme Court declines to let Trump's removal of Federal Reserve Lisa Cook. Okay. I don't know if that matters. I don't know who Lisa Cook is, but Trump can't remove her.
Well, he's trying to maybe get some more Fed spots as his Fed chair that he thought was going to be on his side isn't really on his side, is he here?
No, he did not lower. Maybe it's like, I don't know, did they chat about that? He's like, listen, I'll leave it the same for like maybe a couple meetings so people don't think like I'm totally in your pocket, and then we'll slash it later. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? I'll tell you one thing. I don't think Trump's ever worried about being in someone's pocket, but
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever worried about that one time, Michael, but
Well, I think it's the other way around. The other guy's worried about being in Trump's pocket, right?
oh yeah, that's exactly it. Question is, he's not worried about what they think about him. He'll put Kevin Walsh right up there. Just like you put good old pal up there. All right, guys. Ouster coming back here now. Let's see if we can drive above 49s here. Got their 47.73s. Can I get a full buck here and then let this start to grind up here? We'll see what happens. Ouster.
So just, going through this simulated trade here again, just raising the stop there on the Qs just below the last 5-minute candle. And I'll just continue to do that until we get some sort of kind of wiggle out, and there's your trade. Ends up being a decent one.
Trade, man. Working on some education. That'll be coming up in just a little bit here, guys. I got a couple of things I've been thinking about playing, but I got cybersecurity. I might actually play the Honeywell, but this is a new report that I just did, so I'm trying to get the video done. Should be done in just a second here. So,
okay. In the meantime, someone's just asking
2 spins offs, so that's why I want to cover
asking in chat why I keep my volume bars so dark. It's a little bit lighter on my screen than I'm seeing in the preview, but the main thing is that I want to notice big volume spikes, but you're right, it's just a declutter. You notice you don't see any indicators or anything like that on my screen. For me, it's very much if I'm not always caring about it, I don't need it there. I can add it if I need it later. But for me, I just don't want anything to obstruct the price action. And when the volume bars are like really colored in, it just obstructs the price action a lot. So I just, not that volume doesn't matter. Again, I just kind of described a trading strategy you could look at, maybe time reversals on it. But it's most of the time volume doesn't matter, right? Most of the time volume is just you have a candle, you have a volume, whatever. It's really just the big volume spikes or complete lack of volume that I'm interested in. It's always what is the volume relative to all the other bars that day, right? A big spike or a big drop. I'm not one that says, oh, well, you need a big volume on the breakout and low volume on the pullback. I'm like, show me the data to see if that's important. But I know that if there's all of a sudden out of the blue, like I showed you guys here, if you have what is it? QQQ. And then a 1 minute, right? You have a bar like this that's just so much bigger than everything else. Well, there I want to take notice. I want to take notice, say, okay, that's interesting. But this volume that's happening here, I don't see any value from. And that's step one, because I see so many, especially new traders with just incredibly cluttered charts. I think step one is to just take like an honest accounting, say, do I use the thing? And if I use the thing, then yes, I want to leave it on my charts. But if I don't, it's just like, people like decluttering their houses. You look at something, you say, did I use it in the last 6 months? No, get rid of it. Same thing with your charts. Take a look at it and say, hey, have I used this to make money in the last couple of weeks? No. Well, let's just get rid of it and just, free up that mental capital to do something else with.
Just find what works for you. All right. At the end of the day.
All right, I'll be back again, guys. I got a dog on medication. I got to let her out every 5 seconds. I'll be right back.
Not a worry. We'll see what happens here. See if Alistair wants to break the highs and get right back up towards the highs. See if I can hang in on this Airbnb right now. It's starting to slow up a little bit there. Wanted to keep pushing it towards the 150s. Let's go to the Qs here. Qs kind of really climbing back there. And wouldn't you know it, Micron starting to come back there. TQQQ starting to come back there. There it goes, guys. Right back through that 74 spot. Now we could start seeing some lift there. Can we see tech continue to push now? Look at the XLK. You're seeing that action. Can TSM get strong again? We'll see if that starts to rise there. And other tech names that are lifting. So looking really good out there. Airbnb now pushing there. Can I get the 150s? Now getting Outster to push here now towards 49.22s. Just took this position. Told you about it just a little while ago when it was on this pullback. Now it's up there towards 49.40s. Now we're really getting a lift there. Now up there towards the triple digits, looking good to see if we can take off through the 50s and then back towards 52s. If we get towards 52s, we could push through the highs, and there we go. We could have another big winner here on Outster. We'll see what happens there, as I'm going to focus in on Airbnb here for the kind of the sell signal, because if we get through kind of even the 151, I can start selling through that. Didn't want to really focus too much on the cash, but as we get closer and closer, we will start to, of course, hone in on that cash. As you guys can see, up 792 right now, trying to get it back through that 151, get that $1,000 winner right up there towards 152. We start getting into those 4 digits. Let's see if we get that action right now and we start to climb through that 150s to 152 area. If we start to do that, I'll start to trail the action right behind it around the 900 or even the 800 spot here as we break the 150s. Let's see us clear that 150s and start to get above there and start to climb elsewhere. In the markets, I'm also seeing energy start to lift there. I'm seeing industrials pushing strong, cyclicals pushing strong. Of course, we've talked about specialty retail doing well, names there doing well, and we're starting to see some more kind of squeezing action on those names. I can give you the action on those, like your PTRN, that's your pattern group. You got your Leslie's, that's your pool supplies name. NEXR up 6% there. Melly up 2.5, so shop could be a nice name. Leisure doing well. Lodging, of course. I'm in the lodging space essentially with Airbnb. Let's see if this can continue partying and rocking and rolling. Let's go, Airbnb. Let's get up there. Continuing this breakout. Let's see. One more drive up there into like the 152s would be the nice sell. Kind of sell the rip there. Really top profits would be up towards 155s and 156. But if I can get 152 even just today, yeah, that's just take the money and run type of material. We'll see what happens here, guys. Up 800 on Airbnb. You heard that right. Let's keep it going. Here comes Outster. Can this break the 50s there? It's up there 49.45s. Of course, just bought this towards the 47.73. So up over $1 on the position. Let's see if it continues to drive and gets back through 50. All right, taking a look around out there, guys. How we doing out there, traders? Catching up with you guys in the chat. What's up? What's up? Is the dog okay?
What's up?
The doggo okay? That's what matters.
Yes, it's more about is the couch okay, right? So just on some. She was in the woods sniffing stuff she shouldn't have sniffed, and it's got her nose all messed up. So they got her on something that makes her pee every 10 seconds.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, it's
Sounds
great.
Like exciting times.
Thankfully, I work from home, or else it would be, it'd be a nightmare if I didn't work from home because it's a huge dog.
All right, I'm trying to get the video up here for Honeywell. Let's see if it wants to finish it. Right
cool.
Now. If not, I will do cybersecurity coming up.
So I moved my stop again on the Qs, this little Qs sample trade that I made here. Just showing that there's some, again, a simple-ish way to potentially check tops or bottoms, because you often see these volume spikes at these levels, just showing, okay, this is, someone's kind of putting their foot down and saying, this is the low that I push, and the Qs are getting back to the openish. IVG doing much, much better. So we're seeing that in the software space. The Q's now back up to being up 1%. IWM trying to go green again. SPY being up 1%. So we had a little bit of a sell, and then we're trying to reverse that. SpaceX being annoying still. It's kind of what I want, I guess, as someone who sold puts. I guess just every day that it doesn't go up or down is a good day for me. But yeah, we're starting to get this little bit of a reversal here. And I'm not seeing any news that caused this, and I'm not seeing any news that caused that. So I think that's just kind of people took profits off the open. And again, my plan is I'm just raising the stop up below each 5-minute candle. So every 5 minutes I have to make a decision. And that's it. And that's, again, a very simple way. This isn't going to make you a trillionaire or anything like that. But it's just a decent way to have a game plan when you see these reversals. Is I just took half off the table right away there to cover my risk, and then the rest is just going to trail. So if this thing goes all day, that's great. It's very much likely not going to go all day. It's just not the way these things work. And it's just going to wiggle me out at some point here, and I'll take that profit and just going to move on. So there's a new 5-minute candle. So you just take that, raise it up, move on. This is just called a bar by bar exit. They're very kind of famous and popular. You see, what was the other big? It was Lance, I think, that talked about a 2-minute bar by bar exit for his reversal trades in the Market Wizards books as just a simple and objective, right? Definitely not optimal, but you'll never find purely optimal in the trading space. Right? You'll end up, you either do optimal or you do simple. Those are your two things. For me, I always like simple because I just don't believe there is a world in which it's like this is the way to trade every trade. So you find something that's simple and that works for you in the long run, and you just kind of take that. SpaceX trying here again.
I'm here tuned in on Airbnb. I'm trying to see it break. There's a big order that went through. I'm guessing a sell order. Someone 200,000 shares there. So try to focus in here. I had to put out a stop just in case it comes back on me here, but want to just keep it running here. Hopefully it doesn't give me a pullback here. I'm just going to run and trail the 9 EMA, which is what I believe in, and ride the wave a little bit higher. If it pulls back here, I'll undercut the 9 and more than likely stop me out. But if I take the run here, it's not a bad 5% on a really big position, right? It's like 5.3 on a really big position. So can't be mad at all. All right, let's see what else we get into. I'm gonna try to get us some. We're gonna do some education. We're gonna do a little fun education here. Let me just keep. I have a fun one.
Fun. I like fun.
Yeah, fun. Fun is always good. Let me just make sure. Hold on 1 second here.
Yep. Meanwhile, we're continuing to grind here on the SPY and the Qs.
Let me
You
give
got
it
it
to
there?
my producer. I give it to my producer to get ready here.
Equal weighted. Starting to get some ticks around here for SpaceX. So I just want to watch. This might be another one to, I don't know, sell some more puts or something on if we are digging in here, because we're just at the low end of this. I just talked about this range, right? 5 candles in a row of nothing. It might be an interesting place to take a little bit of a shot there. My UPC is starting to work finally. I came back up to challenge that pre-market high a couple times. Now it looks like it might be rolling over. People might be starting to give up about this one. But yeah, we're getting a nice little bounce and reversal there. SPY, the Qs. And then there's the Qs trade. So I just look up. I say, okay, there's 2 minutes left in this candle. And after those 2 minutes, I'll put the candle up to that low. And remember, the original risk on this was like $69. And it's going to be roughly a $300 or so trade. Definitely not all going to happen like that. And yeah, so you're just watching the clock. And again, there is no exit exits I always find are all about like regret minimization. And if you ever meet with a financial advisor, that's what they talk to you about. It's like, okay, what's going to make you more upset, right? Leaving a bunch of money on the table or losing a bunch of money. And you find where your regrets live, and then you try to minimize those regrets. And it's the same thing that I do in stop losses. I understand that there's no way to ever just pick the top, which means you're either getting out too early and leaving a bunch of money on the table, or you're holding too long, or you're holding too long and you're giving back a bunch of profits. So it goes like really high, and then there's just no way to, just like you wouldn't expect it to tag the absolute bottom of a stock. You're not going to be able to tag the absolute top and on your exit. So what you just do is you find, what are you going to be less mad about? Right? Are you going to be less mad that your stop gets triggered and the thing rips without you? Or are you going to be more mad that you're up a whole bunch of money and it reverses back down and stops you out? Again, it's a very personal type of thing. For me, it just depends on the trade, right? So there's a new 5-minute candle. So I'll just move that one up to there. Probably get stopped out right here. 317-ish bucks on the back half, give or take. Tax sold GEV. I had GEV, I think last week. I think I sold it on the open. I think that was part of last week's trading. I always forget, right? US and Iran talks move to Doha. I don't know what Doha is, but that's where they're having talks now.
All right, guys, just sold Airbnb and bought AUR on the pullback. So I'm trying to get AUR to start ripping here with Ouster. So I will take a trade pretty much off of the hands off of another trade, right? Let's see what happens there.
Special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will meet Qatari officials on Tuesday to discuss Iran negotiation, Axios reports. On Wednesday, U.S. and Iranian technical terms are set to hold separate talks with Qatari and Pakistani moderators. Oh, Doha is a city. Gotcha. So that's just, they're not doing it. They're just moving where it is. Okay, that might not be that big of a deal.
TQQQs are still holding well, though. I think you're getting your tech run back, right? So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, you had the dip. We didn't get quite to yesterday's lows. Okay, we were able to avoid going all the way to yesterday's low, and now we're bouncing. So same thing. If we get back outside of yesterday's range and we can hold, then I'd start to get excited. Doha is the capital of Qatar. Gotcha. But yeah, I was just wondering why they were in, because they were doing the negotiations in Pakistan before. Just wonder why the shift. Oh, Pakistan had an earthquake or something. Maybe that was it.
Did you guys play the Micron video on Thursday?
Nope.
All right. Well, then there you go.
On Thursday that was Jess's round 2 with Tony. So Tony came back. So
how did it go? Who won?
He got him. He got him twice.
Oh.
So now he's back. So now he said he's hanging his hat up. He's not doing it anymore because he can say he's undefeated. And he got a.
Oh, Tony got him again? Oh man.
No, he got Tony. So so he had 2 more when we weren't there, and Tony was like his white whale. Tony was the only guy that beat him. So he was able to come back strong. So
let me go ahead and just do the Micron since we didn't cover it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just get that thrown up right here.
Yeah, Tony was battling. We're battling back there.
Getting this up, we got to find out what happened in Micron, because it was a killer report. I mean, you can't get a better report. This is why, sometimes, the report isn't everything, right? Because in this case, clearly the reaction wasn't it, right? So, man, let me go ahead and just replace this video here.
Yeah, it's just the reaction. So sometimes just, okay, you had that earnings, but what did we expect? Is that the earnings we expected you have, or not so much? We do have some earnings. We have Nike earnings after the close tomorrow. Well, there you go. That's about it.
All right, it's centered, it's ready. Let's go ahead, let's transition over here to some education.
This chart shows Micron's fiscal Q3 2026 revenue. In 12 months, top-line revenue expanded from 9.3 to 41.46.
Right,
This chart shows Micron's fiscal Q3 2026 revenue. In 12 months, top-line revenue expanded from 9.3 to $41.46 billion, a 346% increase. Operating leverage scaled with that revenue, as gross margins jumped from 39% a year ago to peak at 84.9%. In hardware manufacturing, an 85% gross margin is an anomaly. These are numbers typically reserved for an enterprise software monopoly or a fabless chip designer, rather than a company physically fabricating silicon in giant industrial plants. The historical reality of the memory market is that it is a brutal, cyclical commodity. Periods of immense profitability and supply shortages are almost always followed by sudden overproduction and devastating market crashes. Seeing margins this high forces a specific question. Are we looking at the absolute peak of a traditional manufacturing cycle, or has Micron actually altered its business model? If you look strictly at historical precedent, a crash is inevitable. The broader market consensus expects a downturn purely because memory has always been a boom-bust operation. Micron's structural defense against that gravity relies on a series of newly signed contracts, specifically 16 multi-year strategic customer agreements, or SCAs. This diagram illustrates the core mechanism of the SCAs. 14 of these contracts establish cumulative minimum price revenues, locking in a massive $100 billion floor. No matter how wildly market prices fluctuate above it, that revenue is contractually guaranteed. Through these contracts, Micron is attempting to transform from a cyclical commodity supplier into a recurring revenue business with cycle-proof margin floors. To understand why customers are signing these contracts, we have to look at the supply side. The global memory market is a tight oligopoly controlled by just 3 players: Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung. In the past, dozens of fragmented suppliers would race to undercut each other on price. Today, with only 3 dominant producers at scale, it is much easier to maintain strict supply discipline. This matrix shows the high-bandwidth memory hierarchy. SK Hynix holds a dominant 57% HBM share, while Samsung races to mass-produce HBM4 chips. Micron sits uniquely, with the smallest overall share of the big 3, yet posting the highest operating margin at 81.2%. That profitability is tied to the physical limits of chip manufacturing, specifically the trade ratio. High-bandwidth memory is highly complex and requires vastly more physical wafer space to produce than standard memory. As the big 3 rapidly ramp up HBM4 production, they are consuming huge amounts of this finite wafer capacity. Because factory floor space is limited, printing more HBM means printing less standard DRAM for mobile phones, PCs, and cars. This engineered scarcity is the direct cause of standard DRAM pricing spiking into the low 60% range. The current record margins are an engineered result of HBM capacity choking off standard supply, perfectly executed by a disciplined oligopoly. The 16 SCAs span the data center, consumer, and automotive sectors, locking in demand through 2030. Importantly, this $100 billion is a contractually enforceable minimum, reported as remaining performance obligations, not just an optimistic forecast. To secure this future capacity, customers have already provided $22 billion in cash deposits and letters of credit. These deposits are completely unrestricted. They don't flow through standard free cash flow, and they aren't returned to the customers until the back half of their 5-year terms. This provides Micron with a massive immediate financial buffer. This buffer is the core of the argument for re-rating the stock. Management argues that even if market prices crash to the contract floor, gross margins will still remain above any prior cyclical peak. Geopolitics serves as a structural differentiator here. Micron is the only company manufacturing advanced memory at scale in the United States, making these contracts a matter of national supply security for domestic hyperscalers. These long-term agreements also secure demand from emerging sectors, such as humanoid robotics, a field Micron says requires roughly 10 times the memory of a modern autonomous vehicle. In effect, Micron is trading infinite upside pricing in the short term for volume certainty in the long term, attempting to build a software-like financial moat around a hardware business. While the Wall Street consensus sits at a bullish $1,190, Goldman Sachs holds a starkly bearish $400 target, warning that the cycle will eventually reassert itself. The bear case rests on a central flaw in the oligopoly thesis. All three management teams unanimously believe the memory shortage is permanent. That belief triggers synchronized, massive capital expenditures to build new fabrication plants. Micron is building in Idaho and New York. SK Hynix is building in Yongin. Samsung is expanding in Texas and Korea. When rational competitors all build massive capacity simultaneously to capture demand, they risk flooding the market. That supply risk is compounded by edge demand destruction. Right now, soaring memory prices are forcing hardware manufacturers to raise retail prices for gaming consoles, laptops, and smartphones. If consumer unit sales drop due to these price hikes, standard memory demand collapses. That collapse frees up wafer capacity, which bleeds a massive oversupply back into the data center market, just as the new multi-billion-dollar fabs come online. If a synchronized supply flood aligns with shrinking consumer demand in 2028, the current margin floor will be violently tested, validating Goldman's bear case. Micron's Q4 guidance proves the bull case is secure for the immediate term, with revenue hitting $50 billion and gross margins climbing toward 86%. This near-term cash generation allows Micron to commit to returning 100% of excess cash to shareholders, fortified by a $24.4 billion net cash position. But the period between 2027 and 2028 will be the existential test for the industry, a collision between unstoppable physical supply and immovable legal contracts. If the $100 billion in SCAs successfully hold the price floor when the new fabs light up, Micron will have transformed its economic identity. If, however, customers find loopholes to renege, or if AI training efficiency suddenly drops, this era will be remembered simply as the largest commodity bubble in tech history. The true value of Micron lies not in today's 85% margins, but in the legal ironcladness of its $100 billion contracts when the supply floodgates inevitably open.
There you go.
Well, there you go. And I think that's what was being talked about afterwards, right? And I did this right after the earnings came out, but those contracts, big focus, right? If those contracts can continuously have at minimum revenues, then what they do is they essentially take that money and they use it to quickly go into fabrication mode. So it's essentially like zero interest loans that they're getting from these companies. So it's, hey, you want this chip? Well, yeah, you have to not only want it, you have to go and give me money, contractual money, that allows me to go build it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, that's the thing is like all these things take so much time to build and spin up and operate that it would be, if these price fluctuations were happening minute to minute, it'd be like damn near impossible to try to plan anything in advance. So you have to have these really long-term contracts, right? Otherwise, it's, you know, you're not going to be able to build up the facilities and the equipment and everything like that you need.
exactly that, man. And we'll see what happens there. But I think it's definitely something to watch to see when it comes back. And I don't think it's a matter of if it's coming back, it's when. Because honestly, the moat is pretty strong right now. I mean, to think that a hardware company can get up to 80% margins, I mean, it's literally unheard of. Literally unheard of, right? Like, there's not many hardware things that can make 80%.
Well, yeah, and it's just whether all of this stuff will either remain where it is or move higher if AI demand continues. And that's the thing that hinges on everything. Is that, if AI demand dwindles, it all dwindles. If AI demand remains, it all remains. The question is how smart's the market?
This is why those contracts are so important, because it doesn't matter if the demand is there or not. They're contractually obligated to give them billions. So
yes, but
there's no out. There's no out in these contracts. That's exactly what the video is about. That there's no out in these contracts, and that if that's what's going to be the new focus on the contracts, because these are not the same focus that were contracts that were being used, let's say even 2 years ago. These are different contracts. That's the key signal here.
There's always an out, right? It's whether or not you just like tie them up in litigation for 10 years. There's, whether or not you're just delay the payment, whether or not the company just goes under, or there's nothing in this world is obviously guaranteed. So it's, if everything stays as the market sees it, then maybe that just means this thing just doesn't go anywhere for a while, right? So, right.
Yeah,
so
Sam holding well.
There's a big lawsuit against a lot of these names right now, like a class action suit in Korea, I think. Like stuff like that can definitely pop up, but till then, ride the price. So Q's nice little breakout there. I did get stopped out of that trade, but we're getting back slowly, grinding back to the high of the day. Still inside, right? And that's kind of what I've just been saying all day. It's one of those days. It's probably good to buy dips, might be good to sell rips, who knows? Not really one to be chasing, because we are getting this kind of sideways sloppy action. And then maybe later in the day, right, we're entering kind of that lunch drawdown or doldrums. Maybe later in the day we have some sort of push, after things consolidate. Maybe there's some type of news or something like that, and then we can get a push out after that. One thing that's encouraging is, right, hedge funds dumped this chart here. Bring this over. I did see this as kind of a counter to my narrative that everybody's bullish. It might just be that some of the data needs to catch up, because we're seeing this. These are basically the amount of people buying or prime book US tech. So people either buying or selling large cap techs, and they sold at the fastest rate, I think, ever in 2020 or ever since this goes back to 2017 last week. Everyone dumped everything super hard last week, which is good. So maybe that other data just needs to kind of catch up, because I like it when the hedge funds sell, when the big money, because the big money is usually pretty dumb. So
looking for plays out there, guys. I'm looking around. I think this is the time to kind of looking. We'll see what happens. It's 10:57. Can we get a continued move in these LiDAR plays? I'm jumping in them. They're doing well. I'll keep riding them for the day. And then looking for other plays out there. AEVA is another LiDAR play that I gave that's doing really well. Rubrix is on a breakout. That one's a good software name. If you're looking for a software name that's doing really well, I always like to catch those that are doing amazing. That one's really doing well on the day. We'll see if that can continue. Still looking at RCAT names like that. Didn't see too much from them today, so I'll keep it on the radar. Nothing that I need to jump into right now. And then other than that, just a clear day where it's kind of mixed. Really, communication services getting hit hard. Basic materials really pulling back. Chemicals, copper. So pullback, rotationary type of day. Healthcare is staying in there. Financials hanging in there. Cyclicals really where the action has been, at least on the day. Some short squeezes in some smaller names, like Leslie's Pool Supplies, because everybody needs their pool supplies in the summer.
Well, it's getting there.
LESL. It's pushing. I guess you just got to buy their pool supplies company in the summer months, because it's doing really well.
There's also Pool?
Yeah,
Pool's
there's also
another one. This Pool Corporation.
They do well in the summer months, man. We buy them in June, make 16%. I mean,
sure.
Sure, right? You never know. There could be trades like that. That's why I think sometimes people aren't willing to look into the seasonality, right, Michael? Sometimes they're just not willing. Find a tool, find something that maybe helps you do that if you're not willing to do the actual math. But there's sometimes trades just like that. I know I used to trade solar stocks going into like September and things like that, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys.
TrendSpotter's got a little tool there, and they're a partner of ours, so check that out for sure. But yeah, just my summary, just inside day. Till the market proves to you that it's going to go one way or another, just be patient. Don't get yourself chopped up.
Yep, and we got a lot more for you guys. Of course, it's a big week leading into July 4th, and we'll be having some great promotions for July 4th, so stick around. We always got more for you guys right here on Trade the Pool. That's going to do it for us right now as I get Ouster to start pushing to the upside. I got AUR. I have 700 shares, looking for that to kind of keep riding, looking for Ouster to keep pushing through the 50 and see the climb continue out in the markets. Hope you guys had a great one today. We'll continue partying on right here on Trade the Pool.
I don't know why that's not why that's happening here when we move. I was like, why is Money Mitch and Michael Noss still up there? Anyway, lunch recap time. How we doing today, team? How are we doing? It is Mr. Josh Smith, Mr. AK-47 here, rocking and a rolling, rocking and a reeling. As we move into our lunch recap for the day, Steve will be joining soon. How are you? Audio. Yeah, audio. There's Adams. This is from earlier. Adams, way earlier. Then we had SSMJ Holdings was in chat earlier. Man, look at the new names. I've not even seen these names before. Of course, TAC, the usual. USD fell off. I don't ever even look at the US dollar. Is that taking a swarming dump-a-rooney? Let's check out. It's on the US dollar. He says it's dumping. It's dumping. Yes, it's dumping. Oh, can we look at that on here? Is that something I can look at? Can I look at USD on here? Okay. Let's go here. Let's go back out to the 15-day here. Roll through these different live streams. There we go. So we're booming. And let's see, TAC NMSTU. We're in MSTU. MSTU. Mr. TAC. Okay. All right. It's ramping back on around. I like that chart there. That did fall off pretty nicely. But what I am seeing here at the bottom is the W shape, right? So we kind of got this W going. There's that neckline of the W failing at it a little bit higher, right? It's not a pretty W, but she's working and she's pounding right now. What's up, Nigel? How we doing? What's up? I'm doing good. I am doing good. It's been a little slower day for me, but we have had some good movers. S-Dot was really a nice move. This has been a multi-day week move. We'll go back to the 4-hour time frame just to zoom out. Just a little bit on S-Dot. But here's S-Dot. Beautiful move here in June so far. Really started, what was it, June? Yeah, 3rd? Somewhere right around there. Yeah, June 3rd. Nice, good move all the way up to about 40. Back on down. It's done, right? Nope. Here we go. Over the last 2 days, Friday now, here we come into Monday. I gotta check my days here. Sometimes I get lost on what day it actually is. It's Monday. It's Monday. Called this out on the Discord, Trade the Pools Discord and my own. That's why you need to be over on the Discords. Called for this to be the bounce play. Somewhere around 30.50 to 31.50. This upper shadow, right, really down into this area. And boom, shaka laka. Looky. Found a beautiful cookie. And that off the new high of day. Now we're trying to hold this former flag here. Yeah, we'll have this area to really start to hold us and help us out if we get a little bit lower. Nice consolidation forming there on Mr. S. Steve, you can always come on in. Are you ready, Steve? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you? Hey. Are you? You brushed your teeth. You did, didn't you?
I promise I did, Josh. It's been a fun morning, and I can't wait to cue you in on all of the fun little adventures I've been having this weekend, Josh. But I made it. Thank you for being patient with me. What do we got here? Mr. S-Dot doing the thing?
S-Dot's doing some good stuff today. Sky Q wasn't bad. That was a nice, good runner today as well. That one was pretty decent. I liked Sky Q. So we had the two S plays, holding it down the fort. The big runner to start the day off with, again, just made too much of a move from Friday into today. Too much, too fast, my friend. After hours into pre-market, big barn burner move from around sub 3 to almost 20 here, and it's just too much. You can't go from after hours on a Friday through Monday into pre-market and have that much movement and to think you're going to continue to push. It just doesn't happen that way. You see all the big runners that we've had over the last few months, Steve, they happen in market. It's not like, oh, it's running how much in? It's went from 3 to 18 before the opening bell. Yeah, now it's going to go to 50. It just never does. It just isn't that way. It most likely will hit 50 if it hasn't spiked in market, at all. You'd want to see it happen in market. So that one was fun earlier to start the morning. And then we have one more. This is your slow and steady eddies, as I call them, and we're now slowly cracking the trend line. Mr. Michael, of course, that joined us on the call-in show last Thursday. He was alerting this over on the Discord for Trade the Pool. So he's over on my live stream as well. But this is kind of what he was looking at today. And you can see overall this uptrend channel now starting to crack back. VWAP's holding. She's trying to hold anyway. Oh, there we go. Look, now we know how to ring a doorbell. But do we know how to add ourselves to scenes? Not really, but it's all good.
I had to search up the sound on YouTube because I don't have the studio.
That is awesome. I was like, that doesn't sound like the same doorbell, but I know what that is, and that means someone's trying to get in Mr. Rogers' neighborhood over here. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at today, and really just moving forward for the rest of the day. SDOT has that look, has that. Oh, now there's that crackback down. So it still has that look for go today in the small cap sector. It was more of a pre-market. Pre-market was where all the fun and the spikes are at. End market has been a little more lackluster other than SDOT really. So what do we have for you, Steve? What you said this weekend. What happened this weekend that you had to bring into today on Monday? What are we bringing in from this weekend you want to talk about?
Oh, I'll keep it brief. My basement / garage all flooded, so we've been running around with like chickens with our heads cut off, trying to get everything out of water damage range and using a shop vac to pull that out of the piping system. So it's been fun. Josh, I did brush my teeth, but I did it camping style, no running water in my house till later today. So a little bit of chaos going on.
What happened?
Well, in San Francisco, Alejandro, pipes break a lot because we decided to build on like fault lines and all sorts of dumb stuff. And, hey, that's apparently a very common issue. Every like 10, 15 years, the pipes just kind of crack and the water just goes into your garage. And it's a really good time.
Well, if there's ever an emergency, holler. I'm a couple miles away.
Oh, right on. Thank you. I hope you are on the second floor is all I have to say.
I'm on the fifth floor.
Fifth floor. There we go. Okay. We're good. Yeah. I learned a lot. Mostly being elevated is good.
All right. So what are we looking at here? What large caps are hot?
Well, Broadcom towards the top of my list. Chips in general. Name of the game is buy some chips, chill out. Broadcom looks amazing. There was a big $70 million call order that came in about 20 minutes ago. I see it starting to push nicely up a few bucks from there. I think this one goes to about, I think it's strong. I'm pulling up the chart here. I think it's basically done a retest of where it kind of needs to, and it's ready to try to start carving out a move to new all-time highs. I'm seeing this in a lot of semis too. So are you guys still with me on the semiconductor train here? No brakes, all gas, buy all dips.
Go for it.
She's like, yeah, whatever that is. I don't know. I'm trading futures.
Everything. But
so Tesla filled the gap like perfectly to the T. MU, it looks like it held 1028, and now it's like pushing like almost 100 points. Like that's crazy. And then Microsoft had a nice short. I don't know if it's going to hold this level. And I'm just watching a couple AVGO. I'm also watching calls on that. So
nice. I like the Tesla call out. I'm kind of keeping it simple here and talking about my numbers. You're asking do Qs run? I think they do. I think SMA in particular does stronger. But Qs in general look very nice off of this coiling 50-day moving average, off of a reclaim of the 21 and 9 today. So very, very bullish type of candle today. And I think that we fill the gap this week up to 734.50 on QQQ.
Yeah, on QQQ?
Yeah, so on NQ, we can. I know you're a futures trader. We can talk NQ. That's going to be roughly 30,350.
I could do both. I could trade anything.
There you go. That's the spirit.
That's the spirit. That's what we like to hear. Over at Trade the Bull.
I'm also I'm going through some comments here, and I love what talks into. He's talking about power and basically buying all dips in names like GEV. What else did he say? Probably something like, I don't know what he's into exactly. Probably we'll call it GEV and others. What I'm really looking for is I'm liking the cooling names. So Fix is one that we got into on Friday. That one's starting to work. Fix and Flex, I think, is another one.
Well, that just sounds like you need to be trading those. You're fixing to go. That's what they say in the South. Are we fixing to go somewhere? Yeah, we're fixing to go. So I don't know why whoever started saying, "Are you fixing to do something?" But that's a term in the South. And then you want to not only fixing to do something, you want to flex those big badass muscles that Steve the Crowbar has over there. I mean, he's not lifting just any crowbar. You have to know that those crowbars are made out of some kind of special metal. I don't know, uranium, something. What's the heaviest metal out there? That's what it's made out of. And he's throwing that 50-pound, 100-pound crowbar like it's nothing. That's why he murders people left and right. You know, now we've just made Steve a murderer.
CIA informant that's probably, or handler that's probably listening to this. I promise, he's a liar.
He's murdering accounts is what he's doing out there because he comes in crowbars your account to death.
There we go. I see some questions here. We got IREN. Somebody's asking about this guy here, Usman. Oh, welcome.
Always.
I think it is a deep back test, or a deep retest of a downtrend line break that I'd love to show y'all if I can.
Yeah, go ahead. Pull your chart if you want to show something. Show something. I'm kind of like over Irene. I know, like, come on, Irene, right? And so I'm kind of over this play. I don't think it's say dead, but it's made its move, and I think we've made a channel. And I think we just chop around. I don't think we're going to see over 70 plus in a minute, and we could find our way back down into the 30s. It just doesn't seem like this play is going anywhere anytime soon.
Play the counterparty here. I'm okay with it. Let me show you what I see. And you could definitely be right, but I'm just going to paint a slightly different picture for the bulls out there. It is daunting at this point. I think, Josh, you're right that it tried to like kind of continue this first leg, and it had made that move, and now it's in consolidation. I think we can't expect a screaming range break out, in the next couple weeks to a month, for example. I do think it still has hope, and I like that it's posting bottom wicks the second it got under this 200-day. That tells me that it is still a stock that's consolidating for a push higher. I also see this downtrend line that we were watching really closely on this retest, and we thought that would be enough to get the push through all-time highs. It wasn't. It had to come back, cut deeper, and we could be getting an inverted head and shoulders here. We could also just be seeing the start of a more prolonged breakdown. The level to watch for breakdown is under 4150. You're in trouble. You can get a nice push on a reclaim of the 200-day at 49, and I would say you could probably take that up at least to 53, but with a good chance for it to get back up to 60. So I will draw out the path I'd like to see. It test the moving average, the 9 or the 20. I'd like to see it come back down, retest the 200-day as support, that purple line. And then I would like to see a push to the high volume node, through it, come back and test it to the underside, go up and sweep this liquidity. Maybe it consolidates for a little bit, sweeps all-time high liquidity, then it can go. So this is going to be taking more like a couple weeks to a month or 2, 3 months probably to play out. I don't know if this is ready to just break out right around the corner. That's what I got for you there on IREN. And this is a name that I've been watching for a long time. So
yeah, I just think that failed push through that downtrend break is a little bear sign for me. And I just feel we come back down and just overall chop around. But yes, for bulls, that's what you'd want to see right there. The beautiful, again, we call it the Steve, the Achieve, Bob Ross drawings here on Trade the Pool.
Now I gotta give you a little smiley face. There you go.
That's like, no way to put an A+ on there. I feel like that old school days when you got like a good grade when you're in like grade school, like 2nd or 3rd grade. Your teacher would put like a smiley face. 98 out of 100. Here's a smiley face. You did good. Yes. I saw the smiley face. I was like, that was the first thing I knew. I had a higher score. I'm like, all right, I see a smiley face. What is it? VRT, another good question there, Mr. VRT.
I was kind of jumping ahead there. So this is in the same kind of space of cooling AC. I believe that. Am I thinking of VST or VRT? They're definitely involved in infrastructure for data centers. So if I'm thinking of a correct ticker, this is also heating and cooling, or cooling one, I should say. This one is looking a little bit weaker under the 50-day, but I do think it's probably a higher low. I'm waiting for do we get one more pullback into this low volume node is what I'd like to see, because this is such strong support down at 272, but it's kind of a no man's land until it gets back over 306. So if it can push higher, I think it's good to go right here. Otherwise, maybe we get a chance a little lower.
That's a good looking chart. I like it.
What do you guys think about what Talk's saying about the halving for Bitcoin? He's saying that this might be a short. WGMI, this might be a short. Could be a double top on either time frame. Either you look double top here, you zoom out, look double top here. I'm still bullish on these, but I think that they might just take more time than we're expecting. For example, if I zoom out, this still looks very constructive. Base break, nice pennant, breaking into new highs, and now consolidating here. Maybe it does a cup and handle, and this is the cup. Maybe it does something like this, Josh and Alejandro. What do you think about maybe a pullback to 50 or so before eventually much higher?
I gotta pull it up. Wajimi! I gotta name all these stocks. You know, that's what we do in the small cap sector. We have to have a name. Well, like me, I'm always just naming stuff. Like freaking Jesse's wife on Friday night. I mean, immediately court dog. I don't even know where. The only thing I could think of afterward, and this goes back to, and I know Steve, you know, because we've talked about him before. Too Short, and he goes by Short Dog, and so I was like, maybe Court, because Court Short Dog, it kind of sounds similar. That's the only thing I could think of is why I call her Court Dog. But Jamie. Let me go back a little bit further here. And I'm looking at your chart, Steve. So I know you're going over to Microsoft, so you better go back over to Jamie. Come on, you got to go back to Jamie.
Yeah, Microsoft is holding nicely.
Yeah, I like this, honestly. And you said what, Steve?
NVDA as well. Sorry.
It's got that higher low pattern. Just looking at the chart, right? Definitely, I say this could still see some more pullback, honestly, but I do like this long term. Has that W just a few weeks ago that you're looking at, Steve. You can kind of see it now. Could we triple U and quadruple U our way up for more? You know, so we'll see if that continues there. But I do like Wajimi. Now we can go to Microsoft.
Sorry, here's the last thing, because this is what I think, but I think that Talk's very gently saying, I think you should reevaluate. And I think that I probably need to think this over more, as he's mentioning the halving is in May, the halving of, what is it? The Bitcoin cycle is going to be May 2028. I don't know at this point, not being a major crypto guy, how it's reacted specifically in the year up to it. So I'd really have to kind of look at some historical analogs there. I know we only have a few to look back to, but just kind of see. I need a little more information on this big kind of pivotal event. I don't really know how to play this up into it. So great question that I'm not sure about Talk, but I do know a little more about Microsoft. You guys want to talk that for a sec?
I like soft micros, but sure, we can talk about Microsoft.
I miss when they were going straight up and they were macro hard instead of Microsoft. But you know what? It is what it is. Oh, what do you guys think? It's a lower low, but this is super high volume. So for me, this is capitulation. And for me, you can start DCAing and add in as long as it holds this low at 350. What's up?
What does that mean?
What did I say? Oh, DCA, dollar cost average. Like basically just get some money in. It might go down. You keep buying more. You're confident that this is a level that's good to own. If it goes down a little more, you're not worried. If it goes sideways, you're not really worried, as long as it doesn't lose a major level to the downside. So that's kind of how I feel here. I know I use all these acronyms, and I'm like, sometimes I forget that normal people don't know all of these.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, it's that one's not used too often. I mean, I think most people just simply would call it averaging down, right? It was just the layman's term of it. But yeah, DCA is not bad if you have money. If you don't have money, that's how you blow accounts, or you need to come over to trade the pool, because that's where I've talked to too many traders where they love to do that, and next thing you know, there goes their account. It explodes faster than they can see. I do like this Microsoft 350 area. It's what I called for there for a while, coming back down really to that node that we had just a few months ago back in March, and boom, we're right back down to it. Now that comes back to the lows of 2025. You go back to 2025, we also had a dip about late October and in November there. That has to hold. If we don't hold this thing, we'll see easily 340, but I think it goes all the way back down to 310. If it does not hold 350. So that is the key for me. If it doesn't hold 350, and that's actually the high too, going all the way back to 2021. We touched it there in, November of 22, whatever that high is. Maybe it's 22, 21, whatever that is. That's a little sandwich area for Mr. AK. I love my sandwiches. And when sandwiches break, well, I get really sad, 'cause who wants a broken sandwich? Steve the Achieve. The mic is muted.
I am so sorry. Okay, yeah, I had a German Shepherd going down the stairs. Nobody likes a sandwich that's falling apart. It's like it's crumbly. It's a mess. Nobody wants that.
It's like when you go to a fast food. We've been there before. You go to a place and you open up your burger or whatever. You open up the wrapping of what they made, and you go, "What the? Who put this together? A blind? No, I mean, who put this together?" looks terrible. You got mayo everywhere, just a little bit of lettuce, and it's like it's not even in the sandwich. It's like on the side now. You got a tomato that was cut by Blind Eddie over there, and I think Blind Eddie put the sandwich together. Because what in the hell, Blind Eddie? How much freaking mayo do you think I need? Yeah, I've been there before. I've opened up a wrapper from a fast food restaurant and go, man, what? Who did this?
Yeah, they never look like they do on the commercials, do they?
No.
Those look just like
Every once in a while, you'll run across one that's halfway. It'll look similar, and you're like, "Oh, wow, they really." You just kind of like savor and look at it and go, "Yay, they put a decent one together." Someone back there cares about my food today.
That's what matters, and that does make a big difference. I was at it wasn't even a fast food restaurant, but it was like a grocery store. But the checkout clerk was so psyched. She was just like super super positive, and like you could tell that she was actually hoping I had a good day instead of just saying it.
Yeah.
I don't know, little things like that go a long way. But especially,
they do.
I was thinking of what's that movie, Waiting? That was an old good old one.
Great. Yeah, with Ryan Reynolds and all, Anna Faris. Yeah, that is especially if you have waited or worked at a restaurant or anything like that. That movie is a great movie.
Absolutely. I was just thinking, like you don't want to mess with the people who make your food, of course, but it's just so nice when they're, I don't know, they're feeling it. Yeah. Well, I don't know what my point was.
Well, I think a sloppy sandwich, because, I mean, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, I think we're going to that, because we want a nice sandwich, right? When a sandwich is falling apart, well, no one wants that. I mean, well, point being in Microsoft, yeah, who is going to want that under $350? I think there still is bargain buys when we get lower, but I think we were just talking about sandwiches, and when they're falling apart, we don't want it. Like, that's what it just reminded me of when I open up a wrapper from whatever fast food place, and it literally looks like a sandwich that's falling apart. I'm like, who put that together? Like, that is a sloppy looking, you put that is falling apart. And to me, Microsoft could be getting there, so we'll see.
Yeah, I'm like on a monthly, we had these top wicks, we drag them all the way across. We do see a good zone here. I'm trying to keep it really simple and just go, we have uptrend line, we have big horizontal support here starting at 335, 350-ish.
That's it.
So like either we catch here or we could go down quite a ways. So that's why I'm saying I like getting some skin in the game. I think that this is a bottoming price action candle, but I'm not sure. And if it goes below, it could really slide. So I like dollar cost averaging unless it loses this level. I think it's a good place to like start a position, but just be careful a little bit here. Josh, the one thing is it's Microsoft. It's not some small cap. It will come back someday. Yeah. I promise.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And just
are you guys more like holders, swingers, or scalpers?
Depends. I mean, like Micron's going to be more of to me would be a scalp. I mean, I've been in Amazon since 2022, so that's 4 years I've been in that versus Micron. I won't be in for 4 years. I'll tell you that. I'll eventually get out of it. It was just one of those very momentumous plays that, I mean, does it stay up? It could stay up forever, 100%. And at my entry across, it's a great at 630, but yeah, I mean, I'm not never I don't really swing like 3 days or 5 days or 10 days. It's either multiple months or multiple years. And so I would have to say, it depends on, I guess, your terminology. What would you consider scalp, swing trading? I guess I kind of did with Micron in a way, but it could be one of those things that, a single or a bunt turns into a double, triple, and then maybe a home run where you're like, well, I didn't plan to hold this long, but like ARM, could be one of those examples where I'm like, okay, I wasn't thinking you would do this, but boy, oh, just keep on going, I guess, kind of thing.
Right. When the runners run, what can you do, right? It's just a matter of managing that risk and just keeping some on.
Just let Forrest run. Just let him run. Run, Forrest, run. Okay, please tell me, Steve, you've seen Forrest Gump, right?
Oh, of course.
I'm like, like Fifth Element, I get it. It's not a Forrest Gump, but I'm like, if you haven't seen Forrest Gump, I am flying to San Francisco this weekend on 4th of fucking July, and guess what we're gonna do on July 4th? Yeah, it's gonna be that American that we're gonna watch Forrest Gump.
It's like, is this gonna have to do with Forrest Gump? Are you gonna take my legs and make me watch fireworks?
No, I'll be Lieutenant Dan. I'll sit in the wheelchair and take him off from the knees down. And just speaking of on the way up today for Microsoft, I'm going to see resistance at these last key reversal areas. So first 370.50, 371.65, and then another level up 370, 365. So again, back to, forgot exactly who that was, Christian in chat, Mr. Christian Cruz. Those are going to be some resistance areas on the way up. And man, we got to keep talking food. When food comes in, you do not turn food away. Smoke Tuna says this real quickly. Where was it, Smoke Tuna? Gosh darn it, we got so many in chat. real quickly. He says, hey, if anyone wants to learn how to make an Italian panini, reach out. I'll get you the correct combo. And later, and Pops Mafia, your wife orders a bacon sandwich? You can't order a bacon sandwich with just mayo. You got to have the lettuce and tomato. I can't tell you, that is to me one of the most underrated sandwiches is a BLT, because of when you add the bacon with the sweet and the bread that I use was the brioche bread, right? And then the tomato and lettuce. Now that can be on a lot of sandwiches, but to me, when you have like a club or you have a sandwich that has you have a lot of layers, so you don't really fully get to taste how the bacon and the crisp lettuce. It's all crisp, right? The lettuce, the tomato, the bacon. That to me, because we had some just last week, and I'm going to be having another one on Wednesday night because I've got some leftover bacon from doing jalapeno bacon skewers this weekend, which are amazing, by the way. Those are fantabulous. But save some bacon so that way Wednesday night we can have some more BLTs. And of course, it's that season. Summer tomatoes are their perfect time of the season right now. So, I love a good old BLT. Love a good old BLT. I don't want to get everybody too hungry here. And let's keep going. We have some more. I know, right? Anybody day traders. Yeah, so SSM Holdings. We all day trade. That's exactly what we do here at Trade the Pool. We do some swing trades for sure, but Alejandro trades futures day in, day out. Steve's in the large mega cap sector day in, day out. Teasing the futures as well. He's dabbling into the futures. And every once in a while, the small caps with myself, or the micro caps, which I'm dabbling in, kind of the opposite of Steve. Every day, small cap, micro cap for me. Every once in a while, dabbling in the large and mega cap. So yes,
absolutely. I mean, for me, I want to get more into these small caps, but I gotta focus on the big stuff when it's working, because this is what I'm, dialed into here. So I'm watching SPX for even more continuation here. It's been a crazy gap up, retest of the breakdown, or retest of the gap up level, and confirmation. Now we're V-shaped, and we recently just swiped through the daily highs here. I think that we have room up to 74.40, probably 74.50 today. And I'd like to look to get a little bit involved in this trade as we break the all-time highs. So I'd like to see a little tighter consolidation here and some entries off of these moving averages as they come up, defining risk under that little swing down.
We think Nike's going. Good call. We have that earnings tomorrow. So it's Smoke Tuna says, if you want a great short, you can still continue in Nike. What do you think about Nike as we do continue downward here, most recently the last few weeks? And of course, we cover their earnings tomorrow, the NKE Nikes of the world. And was NIKE taken? I mean, no offense, but I'm going to type in NIKE. Why did they not? I guess so that pops up to now. Oh, now I'm getting the circle of death I guess yeah. Why didn't they take NIKE? I don't get that with Nike. Why didn't they take NIKE? I just don't get it. Why would
I'm wondering why I didn't take longs on MNQ.
No, yeah. It's looking really strong, isn't it? It looks like it wants to keep going even. Do I chase let me bring it over. Before we talk Nike really quickly, we got the potential day trade here. It's potentially just breaking out the top straight off. Oh, wow, yeah. SPX is indeed. Yeah. So, I mean, heck, this is a pretty strong move. I cannot just buy it blind, but I do think it's probably okay for like a momentum scalp long here. What do you think? How would you look at this situation? Just say, I missed it.
Yeah, I would I missed it. For sure.
Fair enough.
Room to run. So if I was in, I would be in at like 74.10, and then just move my risk into profit and start trimming, and then I would be looking to close my runner at this point.
Interesting. Okay, I don't disagree that this is probably not an entry at this extended level here. I do see essentially. Let me pull it back to like an hourly here.
I've been stuck on this stupid trade on gold, and I have been really stubborn to cut it.
That's why it's not called stuck. It's called being stubborn. Say that stuck word. You can say stubborn all you want. You can say stubborn all you want, but the other S word, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that ever. Not on this live stream, darn it.
What I just wanted to mention real quick on SPX is, while I do think that we, maybe have been just a little bit overextended here today, and I think we do go a little bit higher, but I do think there's potential for continuation this week that's very strong. I would love to see this 7,500 tag, the super high volume level, because as long as we close above this key base top here at 74.20 to 74.20 or 74.30, 74.20, something like that, we should be continuing to go on upwards towards filling this gap quite rapidly. So I don't know. Do you think it's possible to fill this gap today? I think we kind of might have enough time. It's only 0.5%.
Yeah, I think so for sure. How much? Oh, an SPX, yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean,
in that case,
I would like a pullback, maybe to like, I don't know. I have to see the levels. 1 second.
By the way, Nike's going down more, so yeah, continue the short there. By the way, before we get off of Nike, never go back to it. I just was saying Nike's going down more. I just don't like it. I hate it because I love Nike so much, and of course it's a great company, but it's coming down more. She's coming down for more. So yes, you could continue that short there for sure. Christian, we had talked Avgo just a little bit ago. So Christian's Avgo, watch Avgo. We are watching some Avgo. We were talking about that earlier. Mr. Broadcom, big reversal there though off those highs. We're seeing that from the SPY as well. Very similar chart as the SPY over the last about hour or so with the move up, and then down. Here we go again. This is why Alejandra's a smart trader now and is not chasing that long. She says, no. I will let this settle and come back on down before I touch it again.
Yeah. Oh, so I was saying maybe a pullback back down to like 74.18, 74.20.
Zoe too as well, loving some Avgo. By the way, Zoe, of course, Christian in chat, all you guys in Smoke Tune Attack, Joe's in chat. Smash that like button. If we get 50 likes on today's live stream, we're giving a giveaway a 25K eval. We get up to 100 likes, we'll give away another 25K eval. Last week we had one of our streams get well over 100 likes. We gave away 2 25K evals the following day. Later on, we'll have the after hours live stream covering earnings. We'll have that again tomorrow. Same thing. Any live stream we ever do, if it gets to the 50 like mark, we're going to give away a 25K eval. Big weekend coming up, July 4th here in the United States. We are off on Friday in observance of that. So Friday is July 3rd, I know, but the market will be closed. Yet, we will still be going live, just like on Juneteenth when the market was closed. Steve, Alejandra, Kevin, we got a whole slew of traders because we're not going to do a Friday night live. Why? Because there's a lot of plans going on because of July 4th, which, yes, is Saturday. But we have a huge sale. I call it a sale. It's not really a sale. It's the same thing we just got done doing. The buy one, get one. So buy a 25K eval. If you blow it, we're going to give you credits for another one for free. We're going to be running even a better sale. That was only for first-time users, remember? Yeah, we'll come in this Friday on July 3rd and on Saturday, July 4th. We're doing it for any user, all of you guys. Whether you have an account or have never had an account, or if you do or have 10 of them with us, you're going to do even yourself better. 25K and a 50K eval. Both of those. If you are a new user or not, it doesn't matter. This goes to anyone out in the world. We're going to be doing the same thing again. So come purchase a 25K or a 50K eval on Friday or Saturday. That's when we're going to run it, those 2 days. If you blow that account, whenever it does blow, we will give you credits for a new eval. I'm thinking to sign up just for a 50K just because I'm like, hey, okay, if I blow it, I'll get another one for free. Buy one, get one. Yeah, we got to live the smart way.
Love it.
Man. I'm going to keep asking questions. I hate that because they love this. SMH or Marvell? If you're going long, which one are you going to take? SMH or Marvell?
SMH is the safe play. It's just consolidating. It wants to go higher. I think Marvell wants to probably lead us there. I love that it came back down, tagged our daily trigger. So this was the entry. I missed it. I've obviously not been really trading this morning with my situation right now. 260 was the level for the daily trigger there. You could also enter here today for a swing trade, just say, hey, it closed over the 21 day. I still think it's a very nice setup here. I think it goes higher. I think Marvell wants to lead. My target is somewhere at least at 375 for this first kind of impulse move. I think it could take about a month or so to get there, but that should be a pretty relatively safe play. So we need to adjust this a little bit. It is still a higher low though, which is important on this pullback down, this path that we kind of had for it to what's the word I'm looking for? Traverse? I don't know. So yeah, we're looking for this higher low to hold. So you can look for entry right off this 21. Tomorrow, perhaps it comes down just a little bit. You can get filled at 267, 268. You could just buy it here. It's a hammer candle. I think it wants to close the day, not a doji, but as a hammer up. So maybe we look for a higher low, ideally off VWAP here at 264 today. Those are some interesting places to look. Talk flipped long on SpaceX, which is very interesting. Have you guys been following this today?
Just give you a quick little recap of shaking my head. I would go shaking my head over Marvell. it's going to be the stronger, more bullish play. So I would go with shaking my head for sure too as well.
So are you just seeing that because it's got the relative strength today? It's pushing up like that, much stronger on the intraday.
Yeah, just in the chart too, just that continuation that it's made over the last few months versus Marvell. It's kind of had that consolidation. Doesn't seem as strong or as bullish just when I look at the chart. Just looking at the chart, that one looks like it consolidating more. SMH shaking my head, still shaking my head going, boy, we're going to keep going. How much more? I don't know, but it's going to keep going for sure.
Fair enough.
SpaceX, Joe says, because I want to keep this, the very next question I'm seeing is UPC. You think this has any more for another move? And yes, Joe, we have to hold that bottom base at 11. I wish, Joe, you were over on my live stream because I literally called 11 for the dip buy earlier. It's a forever line you can keep in. This is the support. It did dip to 1050, I know, but where's most of the support since it came down to 11 again? It is at 11. It has to hold 11, and it has to get back over where? Well, that last reversal area to complete the W to the neckline, which is at 1560. That will lead a pop to the VWAP, and maintaining that WAP again would be potential for that move up. But to me, it's a 50-50. It's not a done deal. Now you have your key areas, 12, 50, 60 in the VWAP and reclaiming that. Until then, she's just in consolidation mode. If we recrack 11, you might as well call it a day.
Yeah, what do you think about, right as you were talking, it kind of looked like it might crack 11 right there. Yeah, that was a spooky little candle. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Could be a little bear flag action here. Let's see if it can reclaim these moving averages and hold really that 1127 base that I see there. That's what I'm looking for. SPX trying to carve out just another continuation, little pennant here. We can see if it needs more time and needs to come back to this 7420 handle. I think that'd be a good place to long if we do get a pullback down there.
And we're caught up on all the questions. Good stuff, good questions. Guys, anytime you want to go over anything, just let us know. We'll do our best to cover it, whether it's a stock that you're want to go over, or if it's whatever it might be, we'll get you covered as best we can.
Absolutely. Sorry, I was muted there for a second. If we have got through all the questions, I think I missed Tesla. I'm not sure if we talked Tesla, but I just wanted to throw out, it's very strong today, and this is worth watching. Nice higher low, nice double bottom, still under the 200-day too. So I think this thing really flies when it breaks 420, 420.69. That's my master level on Tesla. Have you guys noticed how responsive it is? It's kind of silly. Let me draw it out. Tesla just loves that meme level.
Watching we got a World Cup round of 32 match on right now, so I'm gonna do a little watching on that right there. Thank you, Tack, for letting me know. Got a little Brazil and Japan actually up 1-0 right now with 5 minutes left or so in the first half. Ooh, all the Brazilians are starting to get a little worried that the Japanese might take them out. That would be an upset 100% here. Come on, Japanese. I like upsets, and when I'm not cheering for any team other than the United States, and until the United States goes out, and then I'll maybe find another team to root for. Until then, it's always I love upsets. I love the upsets.
Absolutely. So Japan is in second place in Group F. The Netherlands are how many points behind them? So Netherlands are 2 points ahead of them, I should say. So let's see. Do you know how many games are left in the group stages? That's the one thing I'm not sure of.
No, this is round of 32. We're in the knockout stage now. We're in the knockout.
Oh, round. We are already.
You
okay.
You go home, my friend. This is it. You lose. You are done.
Dude, it's going by so fast. I'm like, man, I feel like I've watched maybe 3 games, and there's got a bit. How many have been played? 100 by now? Something like that. So I need to catch up.
This was in Houston Stadium, so that's pretty cool, man. I cannot believe how many of these are so close to me. I need to go see a dang World Cup match. We still have about 3 weeks left, I think, of World Cup matches still, so we've got plenty of matches still to go on. But yeah, end of the round of 32, my friend. And we're going to have a vote on the matches, so we'll have that going on this week too as well, so don't forget about that. Very key for you guys, where you can actually come over and vote on the matches in the World Cup. So we've been doing this since the start of the World Cup, and I thought we were going to stop after the Trading World Championship. No, we're not. We're going to continue doing this because there are multiple matches we're going to be able to. You guys can go vote on the outcome this week, and of course the biggest of them all. Oh boy, the USA match against Bosnia on Wednesday. So we'll definitely be covering that, my friend, on our week. Almost said on our recap. On Wednesday. Oh, you're muted again.
Keep doing it. I'm so sorry. We got people. We got a plumber, and it's chaos here. So sorry about that. Thanks for reminding me. Just wanted to give a shout out to Lil Buddy. So he is my man. I've known him for years. He is a massive Rocket Lab bull. He has not been having a very good couple weeks, but really, really nice pop here off of the weekly trigger at 88.50 off of this uptrend line here. I was hoping to get this 75 handle. He said buy the dip. I said no. He was right, and I want to give him his flowers for that. Of course, it's an acquisition type setup, so nobody. I don't know. Maybe Lil Buddy did have some insider information, but I don't think so. But happy to see that catch.
Love it. Good stuff there. Watch Microsoft there. Says Christian at Microsoft. People thought Amazon would buy. Oh yeah, I remember that IRDM. Yeah.
Are you along on Microsoft here? Are you looking for a long? I'm seeing it trying to bottom. It's definitely way underperforming the rest of the market. Definitely not what you want to see on a big green day for SPY, but it is a hammer, and this is the 5-minute moving average that it's trying to hold.
I just now realized
this is the spot.
Wow.
I did
Google
not
really
trade IBIT and Pops Mafia.
I bet. So that's going to be Bitcoin, and the question is whether it's finally ready to make a stand. I think it's a lower low.
Yeah.
And I think that it needs to chill for a second. I need more proof. It is the rough area where I'd expect it to try to catch. Basically a big breakout coming all the way back. This head and shoulders was wild playing out. Back tested the head and shoulders breakdown, knifed further, and now we're kind of at this equilibrium point, I would say, where we're just under the major high volume node. We're trying to hold the low of this kind of mountain here, and there really isn't much liquidity below here. So it can knife really fast if it loses this level. I just think that there's more of an incentive for it to, at the very least, try to come back up and check in here. Like, what is that, 10% higher? 12% higher. So I'm not a long-term Bitcoin bull here yet. I think if you bought here, you'll be fine.
Pops Mafia, are you trying to swing it, scalp it, or what?
Yeah, that's definitely helpful, time frame.
Yeah.
And if you're just looking today, it looks good. It looks like a nice cup and handle. It looks like it's consolidating right under the pre-market lows. And how much room does it have? Is the other
how different time frames look, make the chart look different, right? Like a larger time frame could be bearish, and then a shorter time frame could be bullish. So it's really important that you understand how you want to trade it and who's, like, what time frame the person telling you how they're trading it, because I could say, oh, to me this looks like a potential short since it's hitting resistance per se or whatever. I'm just kind of talking out loud. But somebody could say, oh, like I'm short Bitcoin. It's like, what? Like, so it's really important to know like how you're trading it. I think I have to take this loss here. I'm gonna go cry a little bit.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Is it on gold?
Hey, there's no crying. Also, there's no crying in stock trading. You be a strong warrior over there. You got to be proud of what you've done in life. You can't be crying over there.
I'm so disappointed in myself today.
Oh no! What happened? Do you want to talk about it yet, or is that a tomorrow topic?
Like right at market open, I'm like, oh, this is shorts on gold. And then I'm like, but I'm going to wait for the short to happen so I can take longs at my demand area that I had here at 40.25. And then tell me why I got impatient and I entered long at 40.50. I literally entered long at resistance. Like that should have been my short. That would have been a beautiful short. And I've just been stubborn the whole morning. Like I have not cut it. I've been close to breaking even, but I didn't even want to take a $200 loss, and it's about to stop me out. So
I think that's a good stop to take because, it's looking rough for me. It's just tough because when it breaks over VWAP like this, you're thinking, oh man, well, I get to just be rewarded for my pain and suffering, right? They're going to pay me out for that, for cooking me. And then it's like, this is the most difficult time to take the loss after you get close to a break-even move, and then it goes away from you again. But it's so good to have the discipline to be able to make that call. So I respect that, even if it's not fun. I know it's not fun, in fact. SPY.
I took M&Q shorts with 3 micros. I made like 1,100. So I'll still be green for the day.
Nice.
But it's just kind of annoying, like the decisions that you have to make in trading sometimes.
No, absolutely. Yeah, it's I mean, that's really kind of the counterbalance for all the fun stuff we get to do, right? As part of our job. There's a lot of like euphoria and a lot of like just like fun feelings that go around with trading, but there's also a lot of negative ones, and you don't get one without the other. You really do have to be willing to take, to take losses. It's a hard job, a hard game. If you don't, it becomes a lot harder of a game too.
All right.
So
Elon Musk secures FTC approval to acquire Mesh Optical. What do you guys think about this news?
To require what optical?
FTC approval to acquire Mesh Optical.
Mesh. I'm not familiar with that. If you give me 3 minutes to do some research, I can give you a better opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I'm all technicals when it comes to fundamentals on what does Mesh Optical do for Tesla.
Well, what I do know is that the market likes it. And usually, if a stock has been underperforming, which I would say Tesla has been, and then they make an acquisition. You said an acquisition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Generally, the market doesn't reward that. Generally, they're like, oh, company's struggling and now they're burning more cash. I'll wait, I'll wait to make sure this is a good investment, because it was already like kind of a risk buying as it was going down. Now it's a bigger risk, more unknowns. So it seems like the market likes it. I don't know what the heck Mesh Optical does. I'm not even really sure how it would benefit Tesla because my brain isn't really working. So give me 3 minutes and I'll do some research.
Let me research a little bit there. Yeah, I mean, just seeing Elon does not, surprise me wanting to acquire something that could possibly help his company. But that's the thing. I mean, it's got to do something with AI here, and their infrastructure to start moving in maybe a different direction than just automobiles. Because that's definitely not where I don't think there's a long-term thing for Tesla. I think you're going to start seeing them elsewhere in a lot of other places.
Yeah, they're not a car company. There are so many things, but the car company really is not what they should be valued as. I will go to my grave saying this and battling people on Twitter who are saying, oh, look at their PE compared to Ford. I was like, I will not, because they are not Ford. That's so stupid. I can't get over it. Anyways, I got a little bit of color here on the Mesh Optical technologies, what they are and how they could benefit Tesla. So let me talk you through that here. Basically, this is really interesting as I'm reading a little more here. So first off, this is actually a startup founded by SpaceX engineers, and they manufacture optical transceivers for, as Josh was saying, AI data centers. So their flagship product is called Alpha C1, and it converts electrical signals into light to transmit data at 1.6 terabytes per second. So that's pretty dang cool, offering significantly lower latency and reduced power consumption compared to traditional copper-based interconnects. So this is photonics, and this is essentially the business of making things move really fast, getting data from point A to point B as fast as possible. Crazy science that I couldn't really explain to you, but what I do know is that it, vastly reduces the amount of copper that you need, and all of these kind of interconnects, these latency, these things that improve latency and improve the data transfer speed. That's a massive, massive benefit, and also it's something that we're just starting to price in or to understand and revalue how much we'll need, because copper estimates, for example, or just the estimates of how much materials we will need to transfer all of this data, they're being rapidly revalued because people are realizing that, it's not about how many people are going to be around to make these transfers of data. It's not about that. It's about all agents. People may be 1/100th of the actual internet data traffic in 10 years. I don't know, but I know it'll be a much larger percentage than anybody was expecting 1, 2, 3 years ago. So there's a lot of room for these to reprice. And if Tesla starts becoming a photonics play, an AI data center play, that is what they need to squeeze the shorts and to just basically say, no, we're not a car company. We're not even a robotics company. We are AI. We are AI. You pick a facet of AI, we'll find a way to profit from it. So that's what I think the market is kind of looking at here. In general, this, like I said, it allows them to optimize their AI infrastructure. It allows much better a much faster route to vertical integration, since it reduces reliance on third-party like Broadcom, which we're also bullish on. And the last thing is, apparently, and this is interesting to me, it has orbital applications here. So the technology is originally developed for Starlink satellite links, and it's adapted for space-based AI compute clusters. Baby, we're going to space. We're building data centers in space. If that doesn't make you,
I want my space station on the moon. Jazz, exactly. The moon base too. Jazz, John. The moon base too.
I mean, honestly,
Hamid is here. I gotta go.
Okay, all right. Take care. Good to see you, Alejandro. Wait, what did you say?
I said Hamid is here. I gotta go.
Oh, God. Hamid is here. All right. Let's start the party, as he says. I was like, oh, no, don't go. Talk also mentioning, look at Lumentum, LITE. Yeah, we can pull that up. This is the kind of blue chip, I would say, in this space. And perfect. All right, so somebody posted the Reaper meme. I'm actually going to find it for y'all. Give me one sec.
The Reaper meme, huh?
Yeah, you know, the going door to door. Let's see. Let me find it. I got it right here. Yes, awesome. Boom. All right.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So this is me saying, all right, the software as a service bros, they got clapped. Data center and space bros, ironically enough, they're dead. All the space names, all of those data center names didn't, go vertical maybe a month ago. Photonics bros apparently are dying. And this is where I get it. There are bears out there. They want this to be true. This is not true. Oh, those poor Photonics bros. They are down a whopping 23% on the year. Oh no. Wait, but they're not. They're actually up. Let's go. Let's see where this year actually started. Everybody's acting like they're down on the year, like software as a service bros. They're only up 132% on the year. Oh, woe is me, boo-hoo. I think these stocks are still going a lot higher. I think the charts are not very bearish. Of course, this was not a higher low that I was looking for, but hey, now maybe we get a higher low here to buy. Josh, and I feel like it's kind of like a little bit faith-based because they can look like rough charts at various points, but if you have the belief that any major dip, any 20, 30, 40% pullback will be bought voraciously and it will make a new high. These are the best money makers in the market. These Lumentums, these pick a semiconductor, just pick the ETF. You just basically every time there's a significant pullback, a 5 to 10% pullback at least, 9% pullback, you buy that. 10%, 11% pullback, you buy that. Right now we got a 10% pullback, you buy that. You're already up 50% of the dip, at least.
You
so
buy
that's
it. You just buy it. You just buy it. Just buy the dip. Trying to do my Jerry Seinfeld impression.
What's the deal with all these? Every time I do Jerry Seinfeld, it somehow turns into Mickey Mouse. Sorry. And I end up.
You try to go too soft.
Exactly.
And
let's hear it. No, give me something to riff on though. What's the deal with all these memory stocks? They just keep going up. I don't even remember what they do.
All right, Mickey Mouse.
What's the deal with memory? I don't know. The other thing is I don't think Seinfeld is funny. So whenever I do a Seinfeld impression, I try to just do the worst joke possible. And
no, yeah, that he had the brilliant brain. Like is he funny in himself? But he writes funny because he writes, good stuff. So it's sometimes it's kind of like, hey, they're a better coach than they are an actual, like you'd see a swing coach in football or swing coach in golf that I'm like, well, you can teach these badass golfers. Why can't you play that well? And they're good, but they just aren't as good as the Tiger Woods of the world, right? But they're really good teachers. And so that's where I think he's a really good teacher or AKA writer. Because it was Costanza and his lines and the way his crazy antics, or it was of course Kramer and his nuts. So even Julia Louis-Dreyfus and Elaine honestly was funnier. Even Newman and his small little roles were funnier. Just as far as who he was and his acting. But yeah, I agree. A lot of people.
I'm with you, and I'll take it one step further. You know what, Seinfeld? I don't even think they needed you. I think it was all Larry David. I think everything I liked about Seinfeld's character was actually Larry. Because the older I get, the more everything I see about Seinfeld, I'm like, ugh. And then everything I see about Larry David, I'm like, that's who I'm gonna be when I'm old. I'm just gonna be that guy. So,
Old curmudgeon. I mean, he essentially, I remind, who's the guy that says bah humbug and that the three
the Scrooge? You call me Scrooge McDuck?
Scrooge. He's essentially Scrooge. Now, I don't think he's like that in real life, but it's funny how on his show, he literally it's almost he's like Scrooge. I mean, his personality is an old curmudgeon.
Too funny.
I love him though. Yeah, Larry David. Yeah, he's Larry David. Yeah, iconic. Lovely guy.
Larry David. I like that too. What are we doing on Spy? Maybe I get my entry now.
5-second countdown.
What's up?
Can you give me a 5-second countdown?
5, 4, 3, 2. Sell that position. I know you got to do it. You got to do it. Will it make you feel better if I go short gold right now?
I had to. I'm done.
Oh, did you hit that for yourself too?
No, I did that.
Okay, I was gonna say. Did you sell it all?
Damn, this is like my first loss on live.
Really? Oh, jump on in the water's fine. I've been losing on live for like a year now. Ain't no thing. It makes you tougher. Makes you tougher. This does look like it wants to wash out, doesn't it?
I'm not gonna look at gold for a week now.
Oh, honestly, probably for the best. I think there'll be really good moves in the indices. I'm not sure about gold.
Yeah. And Snowman asked, Snowman, what's up, brother? How we doing? And today it's earnings. So today we have earnings. Tomorrow we have earnings. So Steve, yes, we'll have you in Power Hour, but he also have earnings for you. That starts at 3:30 Eastern time, right, Steve? That's what time you're going to be popping back on the live stream later, or really, I guess, amping and ramping up the after hour stream that we have ready to rock and roll already. We'll call him. He's gonna be called Steve the Mute now. Steve the Mime. Steve the Mime.
No, it happened again. You guys. There have been with very large machines that I trying my best to shield you from the noise. Luckily, it's here and there. So, all right. I think we're good. And it's already It's already just about time. Yes, Power Hour. It's going to be fun. We're going to be doing, earnings, I should say. It's going to be fun. Let me pull up the reports for y'all. The biggest name for sure is going to be AVAV, the AVAV. That's AeroVironment Inc. So this is going to be one of the previously kind of considered a blue chip in the drone space. Well, you know what? It's been a tough year for drones in general. Space has really kind of sucked the liquidity out of the flying robot type things sectors, I believe. That's where people's money have been. And this name's really gotten beaten. Is it a bad company? I don't think so. And we're going to be getting more into what the narrative is, how it aligns with this really rough chart, and when it may be time to take a stab if we could be seeing a potential inflection point here on earnings. So we're going to be focusing on AVAV. We do have a few other small ones here in CNXC. CNXC is Concentrix Corporation. They are a company. That's what I know right now. I've never heard of them, but I'll have a little bit more color for you on that. Really, the name of the game is
awesome. Imagine like a year from now when you've like, oh yes, you've covered it 3 or 4 times or whatever. So that's why I love that we're going to continue doing these, because here's what's nuts: we're not going to stop with after hours earnings reports. Why? Well, we might have a week or 2 off here and there, but of course we'll have our Power Hour with all 100 and Steve no matter what if there is no earnings to cover. But we're not too far away from getting right back into the big boys, because on July 22nd, we've got Google with the L, and we've got Tesla. So literally less than a month from now, we're already ramping and amping right back up to the big boys. So it's going to be nonstop earnings coverage for Steve, essentially. He's going to be the year-round earnings guy.
Job security. I'm here for it, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, job security. I love it. I love it. Yeah, we already are past the top of the hour. Again, today's live stream, get it to 50 likes. Snowman, Tak, Hamid, Joe. If you haven't smashed the like button, even you, Stephen Alejandra, please smash the like button, because that's extra likes for these guys. That's free likes. Give them those extra likes. SSMJ Holdings. Thanks for coming over today. Christian, loving his girl. Miss Alejandra says she's the best freaking mentor ever. Well, look at that. Already getting people telling you're the best mentor ever, Ollie. That's amazing. Smoked Tuna.
I did not pay him, I promise.
Pops Mafia. everyone else that's been in chat today. We are overtime. Any last thoughts right there, Ale, as we move into the rest of the day? I know you're going to take a little break from gold, but what do you see here for the rest of the day for maybe the futures market?
I mean, I'm over futures at the moment, but I think M&Q is going to fill that gap, or SPX is going to fill it to 74.60. So I will be looking forward to seeing that gap get filled by the end of the day. And yeah, I'm just going to protect the rest of my profits and just come back stronger this evening for Asia session futures market.
Steve, what do you think moving forward until you get back here for the after hour stream? Well, I say after hours. I know it's like halfway in between, power hour and after hours. But until you get back for the earnings report stream, which I will be covering with you today. Alejandro, you're going to be around this afternoon. You can come back and join it with us?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So it's going to be these three faces again later today. But Steve,
I'm going to make some yummy breakfast. So anybody that is on social media, I'm on Instagram and TikTok. Same username.
Links are in the bio too. Our link bio should say links are in today's description. So go to the description, scroll down. Alejandra got her Instagram over there. Steve's X is on there. My Instagram is on there as well. So go follow us. I am, of course.
I heard you wrong. I'm like, Steve has an X that's on there. Why is that relevant?
Because I'm great, Alejandro. That's why.
He is the man, and it's very simple. Steve Tillman. Tileman, is it Tileman? Is how you say it?
Tileman, thank you. It seems like it should be Tillman, so.
But it's Tileman. I like it. The E is essentially silent. So Steve Tileman, he's got his X over there. Alejandro Trades. That's it. If you want to find us on even X myself, I am Josh Smith Trades. Find me on Instagram. Find me on X. Find me on TikTok at Josh Smith Trades. Same thing with Alejandro. Make it simple for you guys. It's Alejandro Trades across the board. So if you want to find Ale on Instagram, on X, on TikTok, just type
finally say my name right. It took you a year.
Well, you know what? I have to talk to you more often now. So now it's repetition, baby. It's repetition. I finally know what I'm doing over here, like trading stocks there for a while. I didn't know what I was saying. I don't even know if I'm saying it even close to right. But now I know exactly how to say it.
Yeah.
Josh, real quick, I think you asked me about SPX. Let me just give a 1 minute. We'll get out of here in 1 minute, and I just want to let people know for SPX we have this level, this big blue chunk here. We're acting really nice above it. That being said, 5 minutes here, the oscillator a little overbought. I would personally like to see a small pullback intraday, just saying, hey, maybe we pop a little more than we pull back to the 74.20 handle. I would really like a retest of this to get long for a swing into tomorrow. That being said, they might just give us the more direct push up to the 74.50. Either way, I think that is our big target. If not today, then tomorrow. Basically fill in this gap right up to our second bullish target on the day. That's what I got for you.
Look at those dips. Pull up S dot. That's if we're looking at small caps today or micro caps, whatever you want to call it. That's the one that has the look. We talked about it when we first started the live stream. That's the very first ticker I had pulled up. That's the one that I say does and has the best chance to squeeze and go the rest of the day. It's S dot. There is no other ticker that has that look. I'm just letting you know right now. If you want the look, it's S dot, baby. That's the one that has the look for the potential squeeze and go FOMO. So I just want to leave it out on S dot.
You're doing it again. There's the weekly trigger. My system is saying this is the pivot. Then we fly. We hit this 200-day for sure at $56, and that's an excellent target for this continuation, I would say.
30%. Get ready. Zoot Suit Riot. It's coming on in, my friend. It's going to be just like what usually Alejandro brings to the table. Alejandro. There we go. Ale. We got it. We got it for you. Steve, Ale, and we see you guys later this afternoon. I'll see you here in about an hour and a half. Join us then. We got a great earnings stream, after hour stream coming up for you guys. Smash the like button. We'll put the scanners back up for now. If I come back and we're even to 47 likes, if I come back here in an hour and 30 minutes from now and I'm at 47 likes, someone's getting a 25K eval by tomorrow. I'm just letting you know.
Love it. I'll go
live right now.
Ooh, there we go. All right, beautiful peeps. We'll see you all back here in just a bit.
Bye, guys.
I may be on the stream. Joe, if you're still around, can we get scanners back up? The scanners were up, and all of a sudden they just dropped down, and every time I try to replay. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. So, Joe, if you're still around, I would 100% appreciate putting the scanners back up. I will message you, Joe, if you're still here. Let me get my TTP. Boom. There's that pulled back on up. And right after, look what we talked about, guys. Right afterward, boom shakalaka. Look at S dot. Right after that, look at this S dot with the squeezer Rooney. Perfect. 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 Yeah, I'm back on me. Well, I'm trying to get the scanners up. Scanners aren't wanting to come up right now. So I just jumped back on the mic real quickly. Look at S dot looking to go. Yeah, Joe's going to get his the scanners back up for us. And I was like, I can't have nothing on the screen. Someone got to have something up there. Got to have something up there. But Joe's getting the scanners back up for it. Thank you, Joe. Florida Joe, always on top of things. But S dot, I'm telling you, it's got the look. It's got the look. I'm telling you, S dot, it's got the look.